Kia ora everyone, welcome back to the channel and to a process video of how I apply art journaling techniques to colouring books. I say books, this is my first book that I've started doing this in, but yes. So for those that are new there, hi, my name is Amy. I am the colourist behind this channel, and normally I work with pencils, markers. I like throwing a lot of weird medias at books, so wash, paints, duct tips, stickers, glitter, whatever I can throw at a book, I like to throw at a book. I think it's fun to experiment. And on the side, I also like to art journal. Art journaling, if you're not aware, is like journaling, but also scrapbooking, but also drawing in a sketchbook. It's just there are no rules, and it is incredibly freeing, and it's a really fun way to approach journaling. And so I had a need to art journal a while ago, and I decided that I would take those techniques that I use but apply it to the 30 Days of Creativity coloring book just to see how it would go. And I really enjoyed that process. So here I coloured the page, I used some distress inks, I stuck on some items. So this one's not too much of an experiment. But then we start getting a bit more wild. I've done things like make shakers. We've got lots of magazine cutouts and different approaches to a page. Things we have frontier a page, use stamps and different papers and draw on some little illustrations. So it's just a really fun way to approach a book. And so, talking about this book and showing it off, I've had a few people request to see how I do art journaling. And so, I was requested this multiple times, and I was like, okay, I will film the process. Now, it is a hard process to film because I can't just sit here and give you a tutorial because there are no rules. You make this up as you go along. You call it. When it's done, it's done. If you want to add something, you add something. You want to take something away, you take something away. There are no rules. It's incredibly freeing, but it can also feel very overwhelming because you can do anything. So, what I'll try to show you is explain how I, while still approaching the page using anything, also tailor a page to make it still feel cohesive. So hopefully these tips will help you, but this isn't like you can't just go and replicate what I do here today. It'll be very difficult for you to replicate this because you don't have the exact items I'm having, and even if you had the exact same items and you did the exact same techniques, it would still possibly end up different. But that's the beautiful thing about art journaling. It is so personal. So yeah, I really like it. So before we begin, I am still very unwell. You'll hear it in my throat. I will be coughing a bit. I will try my best not to cough or to edit out all the coughs. But coughs are going to get through, and I do apologize. It's the cold that never ends. The other thing to note is this morning I was destroying some of the boxes that I used for moving with a craft knife. I did not have the knife out very far, but internally the knife snapped. And so I've managed to slice my finger rather badly, especially on my thumb. This is a couple hours later and it is still bleeding. So it is really bad on the thumb, and then there's some small nicks all over my fingers. So to remove my fake nails, and my nails look rough. It can't be helped. And also this thumb is kind of not the best to use at the moment, but we're going to do our best because, progress, not perfection. I feel like this page is the perfect page for working with art journaling. So, I do have sort of a plan for this page. I saw this progress, not perfection, and I've had this idea for a while of something I've wanted to try where I take a page and I turn it into a puzzle, but you still have the original page underneath. So it's like you've got an incomplete puzzle in process. And so I feel like this is going to be perfect for this page. So my idea is we're going to decorate the page, photocopy it, photocopy a puzzle pattern on the back, which I have created already, ready to go. So I'll get that printed on the back, cut out the puzzle pieces, and then rebuild the puzzle on top, and then have some extra pieces flying around. I think it's going to look really, really cool. I can see it in my head. It's a lot of work because we're completing a page and then we're adding to the page once completed, but I think it's going to be really cool. So one thing that I am going to be doing is I'm not going to be working directly in the book. I have a photocopy of the page already, and there's two reasons why I'm doing this. One, if I screw up or I hate the outcome, I can go photocopy it again. But also, one of the things that I was thinking with the puzzle is I might also swap out some pieces for uncolored pieces. So it would be really handy to also have this available to re-photocopy as well. So this is just regular photocopy paper. It's not even fancy paper, but it's going to go into the book once the page is done. So that's quite all right. So I'm just going to move that one to the side, and this is what we're going to work on. So you can kind of see the edges of the book, but I'll work right to the edge and even a bit beyond just to make sure that I've fully covered the page entirely. So how are we going to start this page? How are we going to approach it? So with art journaling, as I said, the options are limitless. You can pull out papers, magazines, napkins, wrapping paper, junk mail, paints, pencils, markers, tea, inks, stickers. Like, you can approach this page with anything, which can be really overwhelming when you're looking at a blank page like this. Like, where do you even start? So for me, what I tend to do is I focus on one element. I find a focal element that I want to have, and I start looking for that focal piece. And that might mean if I have something in mind, I'll go and hunt for that particularly, or I will go and flip through some magazines and books I have to cut up for art journaling, or my stickers, or my papers, and just see if I can find one thing that makes me go, yes, this is going to be what we theme the page around. So in the case of this spread here, I knew I wanted to use a brick wall texture, and so I was like, cool, if I do a brick wall, it'll be really nice because this is a lot of browns to also do lots of flowers, like it's a brick wall in the garden. So I created the brick wall, and then I just went hunting for flowers and all my assets. Whereas with this one, I found this image of this little field mice in a magazine. I was like, oh my gosh, it's so cute. And so I knew I wanted this to be my focus. So I put this down first, and then because it had the browns and the greens, I was like, it'd be really cool if it was like hiding in a field of flowers. So I looked for, again, flowers. I do use flowers a lot. I like flowers. I don't like coloring flowers, but I really like art journaling flowers. But yeah, the idea was this is like a close-up of the field. So I looked for big flowers for this side and then zoomed out flowers for this side. So it's also a double page spread. And because I had a garden issue that I was cutting out that I got secondhand that had lots of purple irises, I was like, cool, there's my theme. We're going with the purple irises and purple flowers. So for here, I know at some point I'm going to want to colour in these words. We are going to colour in the words. But on this side here, I actually want to cover up this little message from Johanna. It's a lovely message, but I want to cover this up entirely. I want the focus to be this and something on this side. And I have decided that I thought it would be really lovely to have sort of a portrait on this side. Because of that same concept of having the puzzle pieces half building up off the page, it would be really nice to have an incomplete person. So it's not a perfect person as well, like almost a representation of Like, this is progress and not perfection in your art, but also progress, not perfection in yourself. So it becomes a dual meaning thing and it becomes quite meaningful. So I quite like that concept. So what I did was I recently hauled this art book here that I found at a secondhand store. It is artwork by Tony Carmine Salerno. I've never heard of this artist. They are an Australian artist and they do some really interesting artwork. But I brought it purely to art journal with because I really thought the style looked really interesting for art journaling. And after pulling through the book and looking around, I found this piece here, which slightly glossy, so the lighting is going to be interesting. I have so many lights on at the moment. Maybe I'll turn off my overhead. Okay, that helps. We'll do that. So this piece here, which I just think is stunning. I love the focus on the eyes. I love the way the face is just drawn, and it's about the right size to fill up this page, and we're not going to lose too much. So I saw this and I was like, okay, yeah, here's our focus. Here is our focus piece. And straight away, by having this focus piece, we have a color palette. We have a direction to go because this is, of course, the purples, the yellows, and the blue. We also have some stars drawn on here, and we have these swirly lines and dots. So we're getting almost like a galaxy vibe as well. Plus we have the flowers on here in the actual progress, not perfection. So now it's like, cool, instead of doing absolutely anything, which you could still do, now I'm looking at this going, let's look for purples, let's look for blues, let's look for stars, let's look for gold, let's look for yellow. So it straight away limited it to things that will tie in. So that's one of my suggestions. If you're not sure where to start, find a focus piece and build out from there. So I have pre-gone through a lot of my stuff and pulled out a bunch of stuff because otherwise you'd be sitting here for 4.5 hours of me just digging through stuff. So I did find another image in her book that is a landscape. It has a lot of the same colors, but it's quite textural. So I've pulled this one out. I don't know if we're going to use it. A lot of the stuff I've pulled out, I don't think we're going to use it, but I have it out as possibilities. And then looking through my magazine and stuff, I didn't find a lot of magazine pictures. I have a random piece of light purple paper that just happens to be a pastel shade that ties in. The purple flowers that I was working with last time, you can see a little part that had been cut out of here. I still had these remnants of the page that I was cutting out of, but I flipped it over and I realized these purples also really well tie in. So I was like, cool, let's pull out those. Like, I'm not going to use any of this text, but this purple could come handy. I also found this little printout of some different florals that would tie in maybe with the florals here. And I noticed there is like a purple floral there. We've got some yellow. We've got a couple of pinks and reds, but it still kind of vibes in with the color scheme. So I've pulled that one out as well. And then I went into my cutouts, like scrapbooking embellishments. So I found this set here, which once again has some very big, bright, bold purple flowers. It's got that sort of warm purple tone. So I just pulled those ones out. Just pulled out the whole set just in case. It also has butterflies, but this blue is the wrong blue. It's more of a green blue, and we've got a very royally purple blue here. So I don't know if I'm going to use those, but I've pulled them out in the meantime. I also pulled out this set here. Oh, can I open it? Oh, good thing it wasn't sealed properly, so I could. And the reason why is there's a lot of elements in here that are florals but gold. And I thought, oh, that's going to tie in really lovely. There's also a bunch of gold butterflies in here. There's a few different bits and pieces in here. Let me pull out this one because this one's will show you a bit better some of the different elements. So there's a few different bits in here. There's even a few like believe in yourself could work with the progress not perfection. We could take that little saying and add that to the page. So lots of potential in here. So I've pulled that set out and I'm just going to add that one to it as well, just to keep it all together. And then, oh, excuse me. I pulled out some tissue paper. Beautiful. I love this tissue paper. And a bunch of stickers. So we've got some gold hearts. I've got a bunch of these gold florals that also include these really nice border pieces. Could be fun to play with. Ignore the monsters. They were in the wrong section, so they accidentally came out. A ton of stars. Lots and lots of stars. There's some more gold metallic stars here. My mum gave me these ones. Now, I've also pulled out some distress inks, some stencils, some bits and pieces for building on top of, like I've got some paint pens nearby, I've got some punches and scissors and things like that. So I've got lots of bits around me. I've also got a box of washi tapes. It is very likely I will get up and get other bits as well, but this is enough to start with, so that I don't have to keep getting up and getting down and dig through stuff in front of you. So do I know how I'm going to apply all of this or some of this to the page? No. But we're going to figure it out. That's half the fun. Now, the other thing to consider as well is a lot of these elements I'm looking at are shiny and metallic and or glittery. And because I plan to photocopy the page, we're going to lose that shine reflect as well. So the better option may be that the layer that we're building up becomes a puzzle piece. This is something that is going to have to be considered, and it's going to be if the store that will do the printing for me, because I don't own a printer, if they will be willing to print on the back of an art journal page. Otherwise, I might have to get them just to print the puzzle template very, very thinly, like on the thinnest paper possible, stick it to the back, and then cut it out. Which, if there's a lot of layers on here, that could be a real challenge too. So yeah, this is the things that we're going to have to consider, but they can also be considered in the future. They don't have to be considered right now. And I love sparkles, so I'd rather not have the sparkles, because sparkles. Now, the other big thing to talk about is adhesives. I love using Mod Podge Matte. This is what I use in all my art journaling. It is just, it adheres things really, really well. It keeps things in place. It's acid free, so when you seal things down, it's fine. It's not going to get destroyed. It's also it's a glue, a sealer, and a finish. So I will often go over the top of my pages after I've finished to seal them with the the matte Mod Podge as well. So consider your glues. I am a big fan of Mod Podge, but that's my personal choice. Use what you like to use. If you use Mod Podge, do try to get the matte. If you get the glossy, you're obviously going to get a shiny glossy texture, which can work. I prefer to go for the matte and then add the gloss in where I want the gloss. All right, so the first thing I'm looking at is, do I want to actually remove the head and just keep the head and add my own background, or do I want to keep the background that she's created on here? And I really do like this background, so I think I'm going to keep the background on there. And because this photocopy is a bit bigger than the book itself, the other thing I'm considering is I can trim a little bit off the bottom here to save if I want to add over to this side. But I think we'll be... How much would we be trimming off? Where is my ruler? So roughly about that much. No, I think I like the length of the neck. And I like the way it flows into the background, and the background creates shape and dimension around her. So I think we're going to literally just stick this whole page on. Now, oh, one thing I have forgotten. If things falling down, bear with me. Is somewhere in here. Oh my gosh, there is stuff everywhere right now. There is one. Here's my big one. I have brushes that I use specifically for gluing, so I don't ruin my good brushes. And I think I can find it. There it is. That's the one that snapped, and another one. Okay. Glue brushes. Oh, not too bad. It really doesn't hurt a lot. Honestly, my back pain is worse than the thumb pain, but I'm just conscious that it's still technically bleeding, and I did this nearly 3 hours ago, so I'm trying not to pull on it so it can have a chance to clot out, but if it doesn't clot, I'm probably going to have to go and get some assistance. It's pretty tight on there. It's got its best chance. Hopefully it doesn't show up too badly on camera, because I don't want to... I know some people don't like injuries, and I don't want to make things gross. I have also forgotten to a very important step. Right, I'll keep you nearby. And make sure you've got some scrap paper around so you don't get stuff all over your desk. I usually have big pieces of newsprint and stuff. A lot of my newsprint is currently wrapped around things from the move, so I'll eventually get them unpacked, and then I'll get all that newsprint and I'll use that as my next lot of protection. Get the protection sheets for the desk. So yes, I am using a broken brush here, but honestly I use this brush all the time for gluing big areas. So I am very used to this broken top, and it just sort of, it's still a usable brush. I don't want to chuck it out yet, because I'm still good to use it. We're going to make sure that we just go about halfway. So I literally just went to the local library and photocopied the book. Just shoved the book into the photocopier and did an A3 photocopy of the book. There's nothing fancy here. This is really just copy paper that we're using right now. But because we're going to add stuff to it, it will be quite all right. Now we're going to line that up roughly with our middle. And I want to make sure that we're fully over the top. We are not. I'm going to do that again. I'd rather go a little over at the top to make sure. Sticky. Third time's the charm. Here we go. And yes, we're over the top. Now we'll just smooth that down. And go to the other side. Not that this matters too much, but because there is a possibility I may be cutting up this side, I want to make sure that this is as smooth as possible, and just make sure it's all stuck down really nicely. All right. Step 1. And then you can just use your brush if you need to for any... God. I'm usually not so handsy, but I'm having a combination of a really bad month for my hands and just the hands. All right, I like it. I really like that portrait. I think that's a really cool start. So now we need to figure out what we're going to do for a background on the other side. So as I said, I did pull out this piece, which I do like the texture of. The colours aren't quite 100%, but I do like the texture of. I also pulled out my distress inks and some bits and pieces to play with, because we also want to make sure that our words are legible so we can colour it, because I am going to colour in the words. So I think I will go distress ink. Could also go like watercolors, paints, anything like that. I would use watercolors or my inks. However, again, this is copy paper, and I didn't think to go and do it at the proper art store with the better quality paper, which is probably something I should have thought about, but I did not think about that. And that's okay. So I have pickled raspberry, which is a beautiful bright pink. Villainous potion. Ooh, it looks like my mermaid lagoon may have leaked a little bit there. Or something has leaked on top of my mermaid lagoon. I also have a bunch of little ones, but I really prefer the bigger pads because a lot of these little ones, they just pop open all the time. That's why I have bubble wrap at the top of this container, so that if it gets moved around, it doesn't actually pop these open. So a lot of my ink pads are also quite a bit dry, but you can also buy refills for them. So I also pulled out a black soot, so dark black. That is actually, that's a very grey lavender, so I don't think we'll use that one. And then we have wilted violet. I think this is the purple row here. It is. Bun sugar is a very pale pink, so I don't think we'll use that one. I also don't have all the distress inks. I would like to get some more. I do actually really enjoy playing with these. And in coral, spiced marmalade, and then we go into greens and oranges and reds and browns. So I don't think we'll use any of those. One of these brushes I have used quite a bit for like pinks and purples, so let's try and find that brush. Nope, you're an orange brush. You're one of the pink brushes. I don't think I've used you at all. And I think you're a blue brush, so we'll keep you aside. I also have some of these ones that we can keep out as well. In fact, there's a unused pad. Okay. And if needed, I also have little makeup applicators because they can be quite good for getting in small areas sometimes. So let's take one of these scrap pieces of paper. It's very handy to have scrap paper around while you do this sort of stuff too. Let's let's look at wilted violet. Quite juicy, so that's quite good, and very in that purpley, that royal purple family, which is perfect. And then I believe villainous potion's a bit darker. Yeah, that's good. I like those two colours. And then we have pickled raspberry. That's like a bright pink. It could be fun to like spot in certain areas to bring in sort of that warmth that's on this page. And then this is just black. I won't open it, but it's black. I think we all know what black looks like. And if I need to, I can use it to darken areas. So I think what I might do is do a bit of a gradient. Try and keep the middle a bit lighter. Use a bit of the pink in there and the wilted violet, the raspberry and the violet in here. And then we'll bring the Villainous Potion around to the edges, and then if I need to, I can bring the black in then too. Let's start with our pickled raspberry. Or picked raspberry, sorry. I always call it pickled raspberry, but it's actually just picked raspberry. And this is my pink brush. Check that there's nothing. With Distress inks, it's actually really handy to have a brush or an applicator for each colour, because they're very hard to clean the brushes afterwards. So I do try to have a few different brushes. I'm just going to start adding in some colour and brushing that around. Just adding in a couple of random spots of the pink. And you can see I'm dabbing it off to the side. I do that because sometimes when I first put it down, you get a really big concentration of the Distress ink, and I don't always want that. So I find that if I sort of just dab off the initial, you get rid of like the extra juicy areas, and then you can get a smoother colour. But you do also need to work over it a lot to really smooth out this colour. Want like a really little area over here. It's almost how I would approach a galaxy. This is kind of the same idea of how I approach a galaxy. I do have to finish editing my galaxy video today. It should be up before you're seeing this though. And then do we want a little... No, I think I'm happy with that. We can add a little bit more in afterwards as well if need be. Right, and then we want the wilted violet. Ooh. Oh, so I just got a little bit on the image here, but it's so close to the image colour, you can't even tell. Pretty sure I don't have... Yeah, I've got a Villainous Potion one in there, but I don't have a violet one, so we're going to use the new pad. This is the actual Ranger blender. These are actually... They have a name for fancy art brushes. Don't buy the fancy art brush ones. Just go on Amazon and search makeup brushes, because they're way cheaper if you buy the makeup brushes. I have the actual art brush version, exactly the same. So just buy the makeup brush because it is the exact same product. And it's about 5 times cheaper because you're not buying an art product. You're just buying makeup brushes, and they're very mass produced and cheap. So much easier. Right, let's get a bunch of ink on here. Yeah, I don't need to dab off quite as much with these blenders, I find. But you will see that this applicator can be a bit more spotty, which is why I don't always use this applicator, but it is a bit easier on the small pans to use this rather than the big brush. I'm going to focus on... Oh, yeah, no, I do need to dot off. You can see there what I'm meaning. So we're going to dot off a little bit. Quite all right. We'll work with it. So my focus is to try and get this around all the pink we've established to help as a transition before we add in our Villainous Potion. This, I will admit, hurts the wrist. I'm really not a fan of this one. It's much easier on these smaller Distress ink pads. Sometimes I even just literally take the Distress ink pads and colour on the page with them. Like literally just get the pads and just like that, directly on the page. Because sometimes that's just easier. And yes, I know I just put a bunch up there. I'm not worried. We're going to blend that in later. Try things out, you know? just try things out. That's how I found out that you could literally just take the pad and just put it directly on the page, and sometimes that's quicker to fill out a page because you can literally just go and you get a much more concentrated color. So if you really want to build up color, now it does go in a bit spotty, but again, if you're going to blend it out anyway, like, save yourself some time, save yourself some hand pain. And then you can just take this and we'll start going in and blending. And we've got another color coming in here that's darker again too. So yeah, just experiment, have fun with it. And also, if it's textured in the background, like for me, I don't mind because it kind of matches the textures and the different patterns and stuff over here. So yeah, I'm planning on going for quite a textural background. I've got some ideas. So, and if worst comes to worst, well, I'll just cut this in half, save the image back, and photocopy it again. And if I really ruin it, well, we'll just choose a different image. But we would have had fun along the way and we would have learnt something. So don't be afraid. I feel like I get a lot of comments about how experimental I am in my books. And I understand that you want to look at your books and see your best work every time. And you want to only put forward your best work. But when you do that, you also limit yourself from learning new techniques and new things that you might love to do. In Mythomorphia, I have a page where I experimented with playing with inks, acrylic inks. And I was terrified doing it because I'm not someone who generally likes working with wet media like acrylic inks. It's like, you know what? I want to try it. And it's become one of my favorite techniques. And I knew that there was a very high possibility I was going to ruin the page because I was not confident in acrylic inks. I'd never really used them for anything but an abstract background. And there was a good chance. But I was like, we'll try it. If I run the page, I run the page. And I would have learned something along the way. But instead, I discovered one of my favorite techniques. And if I had just gone, no, I'm too scared, I'm going to ruin the page, I'll just stick with my good old pencils, I never would have grown. So don't be afraid to just try things. And if you're really, really worried, start off by just photocopying and working on a photocopy until you feel more confident to work directly in the book. Because you can always stick it in. And you can also photocopy onto better paper than just the paper I'm using. You can scan and print if you have a printer that will handle thick paper and you've got those at home. I don't have a printer, so I go to a local print shop and I just print out things there and I just photocopy there, or I just go to my local library and just photocopy at the library. So I'm trying to make sure I bring the purple into the raspberry just to help with the blend between the two. Oh, my hands. I also just realized that every time I'm stabbing onto the ink pad and the desk, the mic is probably picking it up, so you're probably getting fud, 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 fud. Whoops. Hopefully it's not too bad. I know you're meant to do more this gentle circular technique, so you get a nice even application. I can't be bothered doing that. And in all honesty, I'm going to probably splatter some water on this and make it speckled anyway, so who cares? But yes, I know I watched recently my Colourful Country Life, Karen. She did a page where she did a distress app background and she's just spending so long going round and round like this with this applicator And I'm sitting here watching it going, oh, I know your hand pain. And it's beautiful. It's like a perfect gradient. She did a fantastic job. And I'm just sitting here going, yeah, nah, slap it on for me. Slap it on. Okay. I'm going to give myself just a small small hand rest here. And hydrate. Remember to hydrate while you do this. It's a long process. I mean, we're already 40 minutes into the video. We've stuck something down and we've put some distress ink down. Oh, I just found some spare newsprint. Fantastic. That's what we want. Just because when I get to this purple, we're really going to be going over the edges, so... Hey, caught up my bandage. Smart Amy would have done this before we began. But Amy was not smart. Amy does not brain right now. Oh. Don't use the thumb. Okay. Go. Now we can go right overboard and it will be fine. Another thing you need for art journaling, I find, is a bit of space. I tend to, like, end up with stuff everywhere when I art journal. But it's kind of fun. Kind of part of the process. I love making a mess. Okay. Hands are feeling a bit better now. So let's get out our villainous potion. I'm just going to... Right. Just going to use some scissors and the Mod Podge to help weigh down the page, just so it doesn't move around too much. Right, how juicy? Oh yeah, we're getting a bit of juice. Oh, easier brush. These brushes are so much easier for my hands. You still got to, like, apply a bit of pressure, but pick up quite a bit. You know what? I bet the people at Ranger, if they ever see this, not that they watch my videos, but if they did and they saw this, they would be horrified. Or maybe they'd approve. You never know. Okay. Ah, not with the thumb, Amy. Oh. Nothing quite to remind you, then sharp shooting pain to go, don't use your thumb. So I am picking up quite a bit of the ink here because I am going a bit dark on the outside here. And because I've used a glossy print from a magazine, from an art book, I'm just also rubbing it over the print itself. But you can also add in like washi tape or something down the edge to help with the division if you need to. We've got those floral stickers, for example, that are a bit of a border. That could be quite fun to add in over it. I might bring in a bit of black in that corner there since we're going so dark with this. Oh, you know what I didn't pull out that could be really fun to put on this page? Shimmer sprays. go for like a really splotchy abstract background, and that could even be applied over the top of this other one. There we go. That's a good idea. You see, as you're going along, you think of things as well. We'll also bring in some black down the bottom here. Again, I'm also extending it past where the photocopy ends at the bottom here, just because I want to make sure that when we stick this into the book, we're covered basically. Yeah, I probably, when I photocopied it, should have brought this down slightly just to make sure that I could have like some spare top and bottom. I do believe there is a little bit of spare at the top, but just to be sure, I'm going to make sure that we overextend at this bottom here. Let's go really, really dark at the bottom here. Oh, I love a juicy distress ink. Oh, okay. There is a staple behind the page here, and it is getting caught. Let's just remove that. Come here. Come here. There we go. My fingers are already starting to get messy. Love it. I am someone who's like, I don't use a lot of chalk pastel because I don't like the texture and the feel of it on my hands and stuff like that. But I have no qualms getting ink on my hands. I do find it funny that I can't stand chalk pastel, but I don't mind ink. But they are two very different textures, and I'm not a fan of that dusty, dirty feeling. So that's why I'm not a big fan of chalk pastels. Right, so we are, there they are there. I'm just going to grab one of these makeup applicators. This is very similar in application to the this style. The foam on it is very similar, so it's not as nice as the brush. The brush holds more ink and smooths it out better, but it can be quite handy for just getting in certain areas and making sure, again, there's things that you can do to help cover up as well. I probably shouldn't have stuck that page down first. I should have done the distress ink first and then stuck the page down. That would have been logical, but we don't always work logically, and it's okay. And again, I might end up putting washi tape or something down the centre. Use some markers, draw something, stickers. It's fine. Okay. I'm just going to work on that line there a little bit. I'm going to get a bit more of this. Let's buffer out that line a little bit. And I think we'll bring it in a bit in here. Okay, we've ended up going a lot more darker than I initially planned, but that's okay. Because if we write these words in gold, oh my gosh, are they going to pop? Or like yellow in paint pens, or like a bright blue. They're just going to pop so much. All right, I'm going to go back to the pickled raspberry. And I'm just going to intensify and blend out that a little bit. now we've got some other tones down, and use it just to help fill in areas or add some warmth in, especially around these words. Oh, I like that. I like it. We probably could have done without the violet, to be perfectly honest. Probably could have just worked the two together, but hey. Okay. And then one final colour. With my knife. Not the knife I was using to destroy boxes earlier. And we're going to very, very carefully, because Amy does not want any more cuts on her fingers today, please. We've had enough of that. Thank you very much. Oh, you know what? It might be easier to go this way. Yeah, it's probably easier to go this way. There we go. Oh, brand new distress ink. Gotta love it. You're gonna be juicy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun. So this is, I've used this for like, I've got a really dark brown as well. So I use this brush for dark brown. So there may be little traces of dark brown on here. It'll be fine because it will just add a bit of warmth. But you can see it can be kind of difficult to pick these up with these brushes. So yeah, that's why I would like to switch on my distress inks for the big pads. But I have so many of the little ones that it seems like a waste. So we'll use them and we can refill them. But I'd rather focus on getting the colours I don't have, and then maybe one day I'll decide to replace some of them as they dry out, especially if they're not great. But yeah, I just feel like the lids fall off these all the time. I mean, the big ones, the lids can still fall off, but I feel like they stack better and then the lids don't fall off. The little ones, I feel like, dry out way, way quicker. I don't know if anyone else notices that with distress ink. You also don't have to use distress ink. I think there's some other brands that do similar products. I just have access to distress ink, so that's what I use. Actually, let's take this black right the way along the edge here. It's looking very Galaxy-esque, which is quite cool because we do have stars in this image. So Galaxy actually kind of works if we go for more of a Galaxy vibe. Like, I know I pulled out flowers, and that's because the illustration from Johanna has flowers in it, but there's no reason we still can't use flowers in a Galaxy as well. Like, Space Garden. Is that what we call this page? Space Garden. I mean, it's progress, not perfection, but yeah, Space Garden could be kind of what our theme is if you need to describe it. And like, a garden is always in progress as well. So it also ties into the progress, not perfection. Because even, you know, in summer when it's full of blooms and it's beautiful, it's in progress to autumn where things are going to die down, and then in winter where things are dead. But it's actually part of the progress because that's how things are reborn in the spring, you know? I love it. I love it. So we're unintentionally actually bringing quite a bit of meaning to this piece. I was just like, oh, this piece is pretty and purple. But along the way, we're kind of doing some cool stuff. All right. Here we go. Space Garden. Let's really make this look like a galaxy. So I have here just water in a little spray bottle. And with distress inks, if you spritz them with water, because they're water-based, the colour will actually bubble and you get this really cool speckled model effect. I love it. I do it all the time. Now, a little trick with spray bottles, because they're designed to release a fine, even mist, but we more want splatters and random splots. So if you take a tissue and you start by pressing down fully into the tissue, oops, without grabbing the tissue, so fully release down, and then don't let go. And instead of coming all the way up, just do half pumps. And what will happen is you get more splatter rather than spray, because it doesn't come out evenly. It just kind of drops down. This is something I learned many years ago, and I do it all the time. Another technique that you can do, which is a little hard today with my fingers, so we're going to focus on these, but you can also spritz onto your fingers and drop it on some bigger ones, and you're going to start seeing some magic now, especially with those big ones. And this is where kind of going heavy on some of the, whoops, that was a bit of a even spray. And then you can use your tissue and start picking up some of the colour. Some of those hadn't quite settled enough yet, but you can start to see some of the splatter that we're creating, some of the texture, some of the fun effects. Yeah, I've definitely got enough big splotches in there. Oops. Apologies, hopefully no one felt too motion sick. So let's get some more of the little splatter in there. But yeah, this is probably where me photocopying this onto a better piece of paper would have been ideal, because this is definitely not the best paper to be doing this on, but it's fine. And because again, this is a glossy art print piece on this side, I can just wipe off the excess water on here. But if you're using an image that isn't from a glossy magazine and is more paper-based, you may want to protect this page so you don't get the water on it so much. All right, I like it. I think that's a really good start for us. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to have a little break. It is really easy to get completely lost in art journaling and spend hours upon hours. Trying to take a break every hour is good for you. So I do that to help my back. So it's been an hour, so I'm going to pause here for a moment, but for you, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go have some food and most importantly, some hydration, and then I will be back. Okay, I've just had lunch and now I'm back. So this is now dry, and you can see that speckly effect that we got from the water. I really like how this has turned out so far, but we're going to carry on. So what are we going to do now? So I know I want to do some sort of texture. I did pull out some of my stencils. I also have some extra large stencils as well. This one's a bit kiddish, but let's look at this one. See what we've got in here. I don't really want to add too many words just because we've got words already. Although so that brings in butterflies. We've of course got stars. I use stars a lot. Because they have like this little texture which could be quite good to add. Could be quite fun to add as well. Polka dots or bubbles. I think I'll avoid the leaves. We've got some clouds and tree stencils. I think I'll put the bubbles. I'll hold on to it for now. We might just play around. So there's a couple of things that I can use here to stamp in. I've got like some different iridescent mediums. I also have these paint sticks. These are designed for kids, but they're kind of fun. I did also change the bandage on my thumb because I bumped it enough that it was still bleeding. It's not bleeding on its own, but it does when I bump it. So I've just got to stop bumping it, basically. Bring out, and we'll bring out the pink toe just in case. We'll leave the green and silver. But these are like solid little paint sticks that you can use. They are metallic. They're super creamy. And they're a little spreadable while they're first put down, but then they dry and they just don't move. So I thought this could be quite fun to maybe dab into one of these. I've never tried them on one of the stencils before, but let's see if this works. Let's grab... Where's my scrap paper gone? Everything is everywhere. I did put away the distress inks to make some... Oh, I just pressed directly on the cup then. Make some space. So, if we were to like... it's quite thick. I wonder if that will actually dry properly. Let's just leave that to play and see if we can clean that off a bit. So that could be a fun transfer. One of the things about art journaling is you can kind of become a bit of a hoarder because so many things have an applicational use in art journaling. Like, you name it, I can find a use for it. Like, bubble wrap becomes a really fun texture for the background. An empty pill bottle, like, you can stab lots of texture and circle patterns. Like junk mail, like, you name it, you can find something to do with it. Like this bottle cap, this can tab here, like I could take a bunch of them and put a pattern down the side. Like, literally everything could be used, so you have to be real careful not to basically become a hoarder. I also have this iridescent medium here, but this is a bit more on the silver side, but it could pick up on some of the white. It's meant to be mixed with acrylic paint to make acrylic paint iridescent, but you can also just use it straight and just, it goes like sort of clear with a little bit of a silvery shimmer. Puts like a bit of a pearlescent effect, so that could be fun to put in, or I could pull out an acrylic paint. I know a lot of the elements I'm looking at adding also have a lot of gold, so maybe we won't add in anything on the gold yellow side. Maybe we should focus more on the pink. I do kind of like that, and I could do stars because we are going to possibly be adding a bunch of stars, and this is quite a fun template. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I think we'll add in some stars to start off with, because I want to also add some bits on top of here as well. So just making sure I've got a nice firm brush so that I can like stipple in the template. What else do I want to add to it? I have texture paste, so I could use some texture paste. How's this going? How's this drying? No, you're still damp. Yeah, I don't think I'd use the paint sticks with a stencil, but I could just rub some over the sides if I wanted to. But if we're using the iridescent medium, I feel like we have enough. So I think we'll put this away. This is what it is. It's a lot of like trialing, seeing if you like things, trying other things. Yeah, I think we'll start with some iridescent medium. I'm going to, and I want to specifically make sure, you can see last time I painted with this, I want to try and also build on top of the artwork we've placed in here. Like, it's gorgeous, but I want to also add to it and make it, you know, also my artwork. I'm just going to start stippling this in. I might even grab that scrap piece of paper and just squishy some of this out. Oh, that's quite a bit. So this is Reeves Iridescent Medium. It's like $22 here in New Zealand for that massive bottle of it. So huge bottle, lasts a really long time. I didn't buy that one. I was gifted that one from a friend. But Sammy, you are wonderful and I appreciate you so, so much. But I did look into getting some more in case I used it up. But honestly, it goes so far. So, yeah. And I know other brands do like iridescent mediums as well. I believe Windsor and Newton do one. But that's what I have. That's what we're going to use. Let's do that star there. So I'm not even doing every star. I'm just doing some stars. Sort of brushing it in. I used to actually have like, I think I've still got it. I used to actually have a brush that was specifically designed for filling in stamps. I know, I need to sort out my brush container. It is ridiculous. I'll just keep working with this brush and just dabbing it in. So I'm going to bring some along the edge of the image here, but I'm also going to, whoop, that was too much here. I'm going to start bringing it over to the distress ink that we applied down. Make our, what did we call it? A space garden. And a space without stars. I mean, you can, but you know. I think that one's entirely missed our working area, but that's okay. And very carefully peel it up. Oh, okay. So here it is actually spreading out a bit. That's okay. That's okay. I might not have had the stencil down firm enough on the page. Right, let's carry on with the stars that are on the artwork and then bring them across from here. Like the artwork stars are turning into these stars. Let's make sure we're pushing down firm enough that the brush can't get underneath. See if we can get some cleaner stars. Okay, if we can't, I'll just add sparkly getter. We're probably going to add in star stickers and all sorts of stuff too, so it's not the end of the world. Things don't always go according to plan when you're doing this. If you don't like it, just cover it up with something else. Do, 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 do. Oh, too much on the brush here. I think that should be enough. A little bit of that time. Still not 100% clear, but it's okay. I think we'll use it to add more textured splatter rather than, since it's not quite coming out clear on the paper side, we'll just view it more like it's adding to the chaotic background. I wonder if maybe if I did thicker. No, thicker was even less legible. The thinner did appear more legible. It was where I went thicker that it's a bit more less legible. So yeah, definitely thinner seems to work better with this. Make sure you're actually keeping the stencil down, Amy. Good, I did hit record. I just had a sudden moment of panic of, did I actually press record? That one's probably not going to be legible because I did that one a bit intense. This is the same medium that I used to put the zoomies around my spaceship in Alien Worlds to make my spaceship look like it's traveling through space. It was really neat stuff. I tried it out when I was at Samsara's and I really liked the effect of it. And then I was like, oh, cool, okay, I've got to look up and buy a bottle because I'm going to want to do this throughout the whole book now. She's like, no, just take mine. I don't use it. So, yeah, very, very grateful. Very kind. And it meant I didn't have to buy a bottle and we're getting the bottle used up. Very, very slowly because, again, it lasts ages. So yeah, when I'm figuring out what order to do things, I try to do things big to small as well. So like I knew with these the stars and stenciling texture because I wanted to put something on top that it was likely that the oh, the this is going to be like a big area. It was going to go over a lot of area. So because it's bigger, I wanted to do it first. Okay, so it's not great, but that's okay. That's okay. So, since it's not great, don't pick up the water container with your saw farm, Amy. Lesson learned. Since that didn't quite work to plan like I imagined, let's do something else. And I'm going to pick up a product to get this. Where are you in my cupboard? Not gold. Not gold. Here's purple. Oh, I do have a pink too. I'm sure I like blues. I have a black and a white. So again, we probably won't use them all, but I have some shimmer sprays. Let's add on some shimmer sprays. Because again, why not? Now, I definitely don't want to get anything around her face. So let's just take this scrap piece of paper, rip off the edge that's got all the wet media on it. Trim a bit up there because it can go around the hair. Can trim off that. Trim off a corner there. And then we can bring that up there. And that sort of covers your face. We can go a little bit more on this side. You could sit there and actually trace it properly with some baking paper or something, but I just do like a rough little template of if there's an area I don't want to be covered up with the shimmer spray. I can go over there. If it goes over there, it's fine. Okay, let me just move those over there, and then I'm just going to do a little twist because this also tends to spread everywhere. So let's very, very carefully bring that right up, just so we make like a little bit of a ledge for the spray. Perfect. Okay, so I think we'll start with purple. That feels right. So I've got to give this a really good shake up. And these ones need extra shaking up. So this one is Delusions, which is by Ranger. And this is the shimmer spray in the colour Laid Back Lilac. I also have Kaisercraft shimmer spray. I actually prefer the Kaisercraft. They were cheaper and they're much bigger bottles. And this one is covered in my hair. But unfortunately, Kaisercraft shimmer sprays can be quite hard to get. These ones are a lot easier to access, but they're so tiny, but you don't really use a lot of them. And it's literally just a little squirt bottle, and you can just... Now, I will say the Delusions one does come out with more of those mix spot splatters rather than a fine mist. The Kaisercraft shimmer spray tends to be more of a mist. Oh, and yeah, I've just missed and gone over the page there a little bit. You can do the same thing that we talked about before, where you do the half pumps, and you'll get big dots like that. Now, that's not actually something that I want. Let's use a brush. See if we can. Nope. Okay. Next step. Now we just got a big spot there. That's okay. And then let's take the pink, which is Pink Flamingo. Make sure you give them a really good spray. Now you can see on the actual glossy side, it's not really settling down as much as it is on the paper side. So if I spray this where there's some already, it may start running, which could be a cool effect as well. Could be really interesting. Just use my can of lemonade to make it a bit more flat so it will be less likely to run. Oh, that's a little bit more on the red side. That's okay, because we've got a lot of what's it called? Gold coming in, so we won't do much of that one. I think we'll just leave that sort of around there. And then I'm just wondering if I want any of the black or the dark blue. The dark blue is more like a green blue rather than a royal blue, so I think we'll leave that one. And I think we'll leave the black, and I have a white in the Kaisercraft, which is running very, very low. Now the white is a little bit more on the clear side, but it may dry a bit more white in some areas. In the Kaisercraft, you can definitely do the half pumps on. So this is why I like the Kaisercraft, because I feel like I get better control. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove our little face shield. And then decide if there's anywhere that I want to add in here. And a little bit here, so I might just sort of swirl that out a bit with a brush. Give her a little bit of a shimmery glow on the side there. That still had a bit of purple on there too, so it's not as noticeable. Add a little bit of white there. Whoa, that was a lot of white. Okay, we added a lot of white there. All right. Cool. All right. I feel like, let me turn my overhead light off. I apologize. I am working with an overhead light on to make it a little easier. We've also got a lot of light coming around me right now. And with this glossy side, it's making it quite shiny. But yeah, I think we will give this a minute to dry. I will find my hairdryer, which is actually still packed, so I might not be able to find that right away. Let me see if I can find my hairdryer to get this dry, and then we'll come back and do some more. Yay, I found my hairdryer. Okay, so we are all dry. Let's see if we can get some... No, we're getting very, very shiny lights because of the glossy image. But that's okay, because our next step might actually end up putting a bunch of matte Mod Podge over it, which I'm tempted to do. But now I'm going to start looking at things to stick onto the page. So I showed you all the different cutouts and bits and pieces that I have. I also have some plain coloured things in this textured page as well, which I really like the texture now of what we've built up on here. And I also have some punches and cutters. So I've got these little punches here that have a butterfly and a heart. I don't think we'll use the butterfly. And then I also have little stars, but the little heart could be quite cute. Let's just do a little tester. See how we feel about this. So that's kind of cute, but that's also a little small. I think we're going to focus more on some of the bigger pieces first. Let's look at some of these die cuts. We have a swirly, but it does have a white outline, but that's okay. That could be fun. Just going to start pulling things from the bag. See how I feel about them. Not quite the right colours. Does bring in the red of that. Need to almost work it. I wonder if I twist my lights. It helps a little bit. We've also got a lot of natural light coming on at the moment, so I think we'll just turn that off. Not 100% sure about that one. Probably got some other bits that are a bit better. Yeah, I'm pretty confident we're not going to use those giant purple flowers, so I'm going to move those to the back. Now, as much as these things are a pain in the butt to stick down, I do like them. It could be kind of pretty. Got some butterflies. Lots and lots of florals. You have a little believe in yourself, which I kind of like that with the progress, not perfection. Should we do a butterfly? I do like butterflies. A lot of butterfly as well. And oh, there's a few here. I have to check to make sure I haven't got multiple of each thing. That's one as well. One, that's just one. I need to get some more of these gold elements because I've definitely used a few of them. Also have some little butterflies. Actually, if we take away that one, this butterfly, very similar in pattern to those ones. So it's almost like matching. I quite like that. Not sure about that or this, but we'll keep them out. Too green. Yeah, you're probably too green. We also have some tissue crepe paper, and this could be quite neat too. Actually rip and do like a section. Actually, if I do the gold, what washi tapes do I have? Because I could put some washi tape on top too. I actually have more butterflies here, and this ties in really well as well. I think maybe we'll remove the flower in this one, and we'll just actually end up going for a bit of a butterfly theme. Butterflies and stars. Alright. What's it called where you have like the butterfly hatcheries? Is it just called a butterfly hatchery? Oh, excuse me. No, nothing else in there I quite like. But yeah, we could do butterflies and stars. So maybe instead of a space garden, it's a butterfly hatchery. I don't know the word for it, but you know, that place where you can go and see the butterflies, because that ties in really, really nicely with it. Alright, so I'm just going to literally on this, just rip a section. Hey. So now it's just going to be a lot of playing. A lot of playing, a lot of layering, just seeing how I feel about things. Where do I want to put things? I also have some gold stars. Now I don't want to use, as much as I love these ones, and they're a nice size, I don't want to use them because they're going to be a nightmare to cut up. But these ones, just keeping in mind, we have to cut this into puzzle pieces. These ones I feel like would be, are they the same gold? kind of different gold, so maybe we will actually use our punch, and that's what we'll punch out as stars. And because I could even just punch out the white. We've got like little pale purple. I quite like the idea of doing some pale purple stars. Sorry, I hit the microphone there too. We've got this horrible cough that just does not want to go away. That's thinner pieces. I wonder if this gold. Wow. Right, seeing if we can punch a star out of this. Oh, come out. Yes. Okay. Okay, there we go. We're going to punch out a bunch of stars, I get the feeling. But again, these are very little, so we'll do those towards the end. Oh, I like that. Okay, I can feel it coming together now. So I do want to include this little believe in yourself, and I really do feel like it's good down in this corner. We could actually layer that with that, and then we could put some tape down there, and then the believe in yourself. See that tiny little one across Apologies, I still have this horrendous cough, and it just does not want to go away right now. It's a bit hard down here because I'm not sure how much is actually going to show, but I think that'll be okay. It's a bit heavy on that side, but I don't mind that. I'll keep these little bits because we can use to punch out our stars. Then if we've got like a section of tape across there, we can put some tape down there or across there. I think definitely on top of here. Yeah. And then a bunch of stars. Okay, okay. So before I do all this, is one step that I want to do beforehand, because once we start applying the Mod Podge, it is very easy to accidentally put Mod Podge over these letters. And the moment I do that, I'm not going to be able to draw on top of the letters or colour in the letters unless I use paint pens, and there's some quite fine details here. So we're going to focus on our letters now. so I have a few different paint pens, gel pens. Obviously we have a gold gel pen. We have some purples. We have some black. I of course have white Posca as well. I have this one here, which is like a white metallic, so that could be quite fun. Where's my favourite gold pen? I was using that one. I think I want to avoid the gold, because if I use the gold and it's similar to a gold we're already using, then it might not be a very different gold. Like a lot of the golds we're using right now are rich, warm golds, and I have a feeling that gold is more a cooler green gold. What about this blue? Oh, I do like that blue. And that would help us bring in a bit more of the blue as well. Right, let's just move some of these elements. Luckily, because I'm recording this, I can look back at the recording if I need to see the position. You can also take photos with your phone, which is sometimes what I do as well. Now, I'm probably not going to follow exactly all the details on these letters, because we're not introducing the flowers anyway, and it's more about the message than the actual words that are there. So I'm just going to start colouring in. You could of course use your pencils, you could use paints, you could use markers, paint pens. You could just leave the letters. You could entirely cover up the letters. So right now I'm using a Deco Art Paint to Paint marker in glitter, and it is a blue glitter. And I'm just going to colour in all, I think these are meant to be like little leaves or something in perfection. See how yeah, I like that. Especially with so many of our elements being now bright gold and the light purple that we're going to introduce, and all those lighter tones. So I think having the darker blue perfection will be quite pretty. Might speed up this bit, because this is probably going to be me just sitting here very carefully colouring in each letter. So we'll probably put this bit into a bit of a time lapse just to help speed up. Okay, now let's try. I'm thinking for up here that we do the white and see if the white will actually show up. It goes on clear and then turns white. It's a really weird marker, but it's kind of cool. And then for the florals, we can instead just dot in the blue, like we're making progress on progress, you know? Let's just test if this actually shows up. It'll be a bit awkward to colour in because it's hard to see where you've coloured in the marker till it turns white. See if this actually works. This is a Unity alcohol-based metallic marker. I don't use them often, but it can be cool in the right settings. So we'll just give that a moment to dry and see if that does show up. And if it doesn't, maybe I'll pull out a white Posca, could work. Won't have the metallic. We could also use the iridescent stuff that we used earlier, but I really don't want to paint all this, especially with my hands at the moment. So while I'm waiting for that to do its thing, it does take a moment. Just put that to the side. I'll just start punching a bunch of stars. Since we've got a lot of stars I'd like to add. Oop, that was a half star. So this is technically crepe paper, but it's very, very cool, especially with like the metallic and the texture. Right, I'm not doing a very good job of punching whole stars, so make sure we get the whole stars. Okay, so we got a few stars punched. We may need more, but it's a good start. I feel like I've got enough purple punch, but I may want more gold. Because I know me. I love shiny. I love shiny, sparkly, glittery goodness. So, you can see here that it has lightened and it's actually kind of streaky, which in a way is cool because this is progress, right? This isn't meant to be perfect, but I'm going to see if just doing a little bit over the top can help, especially because we've got a fluff ball there. So let's get that off. And then I'm going to work with the brush on this side and see if I can get a little bit better application. Yeah, I like it. Especially when we bring the blue in to show that, you know, it's in progress. And this is like, did I see this when I first started planning this page? No, because I couldn't really plan the page. But also, you know, when I first chose that artwork, I didn't really know which direction we are going to go. Originally, I was thinking there was going to be a lot more florals on this. We were talking about then space florals because the Inktense, not Inktense, Distress ink background became galaxy vibes. And then it's become stars and butterflies. Like, you can't go in with a plan with these pages. You just have to go with the flow, see how you find yourself feeling, and then face whatever comes out of it. I didn't do a good job on the S there, so hopefully when that starts appearing, we'll go a bit nicer. And the second S has picked up on some of the shimmer spray that's around, so that's okay. Gonna make sure I clean that off. And then let's go back to the fine tip side and see if we can clean up some of these atrocious edges that are showing up now. Now they can kind of see where I have and haven't been. All right. Now, is progress perfect? No, it is not meant to be perfect. So I'm going to just take a quick break here, have a bit of a stretch while I wait for that to finish doing its thing, and then we'll come back and we'll do the blue. We'll figure out what we're doing for the centre, and then we'll start bringing out the Mod Podge and going to town. Okie dokie. We have now fully dried, and we can see the white of the progress. So now I'm going to use the same blue. Turn this upside down so I don't accidentally smudge. I don't think it smudges, but actually that's a good point. If it does smudge, let's do the knot first, just in case. So for the knot, we're going really, really straightforward. I'm just going to colour it in black. And if that's not legible enough, then I'll pull out a white Posca or a purple or pink or... But I think black will be alright because this is the centre, it's the lightest. This is a bit thinner than all the rest. And it just makes... It'll just keep it differentiated. So I'm just using a black fine liner here. Nothing too fancy. Okay. Now that we've done that, and yes, you can see the knot clear enough for my liking, let's go over and create this blue, almost like a growth, you know, like it's taking over. Extend that one out a bit just to make it prettier. But yeah, so it's like it's becoming, but it's not fully there. Again, it's just like a little subtle nod to the theme that we've got going on. Add some extra dots around because it's fun. anyone's wondering why Shadow hasn't made an appearance in this video, that is because I have locked him out. Don't worry, he's very happy. I've actually put him outside and it is a beautiful sunny day here and he is having a blast sunning himself outside. So it's like, cool, we'll not only lock you out of the art room today, but we'll lock you outside because I knew that we would be getting out the Mod Podge. I knew that there would be a good chance that we'd be getting messy. And the last thing I want is to get cat fur trapped in the piece. So it's like, yeah, let's get you out of here today. As much as you're a cute pain in the butt, I don't want to have to deal with your hair because he is losing his winter coat right now. He's been losing it for a while, but it's really starting to come out now because it's getting really, really warm here. Don't you run out of me. Here we go. There's some juice. But don't you run out of me. I'm just going to go back over some of these areas because not quite as blue. It's looking more green because it wasn't quite coming out juicy enough. Water is very, very good. Yeah. Now my coughing fit is over. I've also put away a few more bits to give myself some more room, and as you can see, I've relayed out our bits for sticking down. So I'm just going to move those. We're going to start with the gold paper. So I have my matte Mod Podge again, and this time I have a much softer type brush that I use to glue stuff down. It's like a big glob of dried Mod Podge at the top here. This is quite an old Mod Podge. And so, how far do we want this? I think out a bit further, yeah. So I'm going to start gluing down some of our bits. I'm going to start with the crepe paper. And this is for a very important reason, which we'll explain when we get to the butterflies. Start with the crepe paper first. Add our side piece. There's actually quite a bit of give in this crepe paper, so you can make it as tight or as wrinkled as you like. Alright, so I just went over the edge there a bit onto this page. So I guess I'll explain the butterfly thing now. So with these butterflies, they are made of vellum, and I know from my experience in the past when I have stuck them down, not only do I have to put glue underneath them to stick them down, I have to put glue on top to also seal them in place. Now, because I'm using a matte Mod Podge and this is glossy, it's going to be really obvious when I do this. So we are going to also cover this whole thing in a layer of matte Mod Podge. The image side, not necessarily on the side. We'll see how it looks. We might end up doing it anyway, just to keep it consistent. But yeah, we're definitely going to have to do it on the glossy image side. Bring that down a bit. Yeah, if I go a bit over, or there's a bit of overspill, it's not the end of the world here. It's better that we get a good seal on these pieces. Let's not transfer. Ah, that's okay. We got a little bit of purple on the bottom there, but we're also putting some washi tape across there, so that's actually okay too. Probably should have also washed my hands. That would have mean replacing all the bandages. Because when they get wet, they're all cloth plasters and stuff like that, so they get wet, full replacement. So this will be a good little test of how the Mod Podge looks on this side. And I'm not brushing here because I don't want to activate the shimmer spray. We'll just leave that one to settle while we do our final piece. This piece may entirely possibly be cut off at the bottom. But that's okay. Pretty sure the line is around here. It'll also be up here. It should. Here's the book. Ooh, yeah, no, that one might entirely. Might only get a very little bit. I might push that one up a bit, or it sets too much. If I can. Might be too set. Probably too set. That's okay. Alright, now let's get our washi tape. I don't like a straight edge on the end of my washi tape, so I usually like to rip them. I don't know, I just feel like it's more artistic for some reason. Changing my mind on this piece. Yeah. Good thing about washi tape is you can pick it up and replace it if need be, as long as you do it early enough. Now we don't have a piece lining up on each side here. Was the main thing that was looking kind of wrong to me. That low enough. If we're going directly from the top, but I do plan on cutting a little bit off the top too, so we should be good. I might bring that one up slightly. Believe in yourself. Do I? Do I? No. I like that in the corner there. I don't want to round it a bit more though. It feels a bit like I would put it normally on top of here, but that's in the cutoff zone. What if we change our mind? As you do. Grab some more gold. We raise that right up. We have the tape across the middle. Which will hide the fact this is technically two pieces. Sort of temporary put in place. Yeah, and then we can bring that across there a little bit more. And with some light purple stars, I think that will work better. Okay, let's add in an extra piece here. Yeah, I like it a lot better. And then, since we're here, take a little star container and we will stick down this believe in yourself. And start sticking some stars around. So you can see how this is starting to buckle a little bit. This is what these little vellum things do. They tend to buckle, but they also kind of go a little clear. I don't mind them. They're a little pain in the butt though to stick down, so taking me some practice to get them down in terms of sticking them down. But I like how they look. Okay, and we have a butterfly up here. Oh, okay. Do not put on the washi tape. I think that was the washi tape that's activated, or it's the red shimmer spray. Good to know. Let's make sure we clean off our brush. It's got a bunch of red streaking up here, so yeah, it's a shimmer spray. Okay, that's going to pose an interesting challenge. So the shimmer spray, the red, and then in Fairy 2, the purple potentially, because they're the same brand, have not set. Alright, let's make sure we get this butterfly well coated. Because I haven't had any issue with the Kaiser craft, but the red and the red is picking up, so okay, if our butterfly has a bit of a red tint, it has a bit of a red tint. Or flamingo pink. I'll do around here just to deglossify it, as we'll just dab. Clean the brush off, and I will remove that excess around. So while we're here, let's just check this purple and see if we have the same issue. No, so it's just the red. Okay. Oh, no, I lied. There's the purple. Okay. So that's something I'll note for future, is that if I'm going to use that red and purple, either absorbent surfaces only, or we apply it afterwards. You always look like they're going to go down flat and they're going to stay down flat, and then as soon as you glue it, they just start curling. It's such a pain, but they always look so good, and I love the effect of them. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. Okay. Now, let's just a big coat of matte Mod Podge. Being conscious of the areas where we've got colour spread. Trust the process. I know it looks scary and horrific and messy. Trust the process. You gotta make a mess to make art sometimes. So, if I ever want to make a tinted Mod Podge, also good to remember. Right, so you might look at this and go, wow, Amy, you're doing such a thick coat of Mod Podge. Yes, I am. But that's also because now that we've got all our areas covered, we'll put our brush down and we're going to start starifying. Start with the light purple. Add in some stars. Oh. This is where tweezers would also be really handy. Don't ask me where my tweezers are. I have no idea. I do have toothpicks, however. Right, let's get our gold stars in there. I'm just focusing the stars around the edges right now because I obviously can't see where the facial details are. And I don't want to cover anything important. So a lot of what I'm placing is just around the edges right now and only obviously on the first half. Oops. Not the way I want that star to go, please. No, not that way. Thank you. So here, let's add over here. We can always add in more stars afterwards, but I'm also the type of person that would go a bit OTT with the stars, and it's fine. It's your page. You're the one that says yay or nay. Like, you like lots of stars and glitter and shinies and butterflies and smushy bits, and your page. You cannot do this wrong. Cannot stress that enough. You cannot do this wrong. certain pages will look more harmonious or balanced. That doesn't make unbalanced or unharmonious pages wrong. This is why we pre-cut out all the stars, because we don't want to be doing that right now when our Mod Podge is drying. And, whoop, someone just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you so much. I use OBS to record my videos, and it's also what I use to stream, and I forget that if I'm recording a video and an alert goes off, you're going to hear it. So thank you to whoever just subscribed. I must remember to turn my alerts off. Professional. I want to put that there, but I don't really have. Well, that was dumb. Oh well. Let's see if we can force that one down. That one's extra wide, so it was obviously cut on a bit of a fold. Alright, that'll do for the amount of stars for now. We'll just make sure we seal those down a little bit. Keep them in place. And because we already have a bit of a layer down, hopefully we don't activate too many. Nope, we seem to pick up a little bit of blue there. Just very, very carefully tap on top to seal them down without smudging the colour. I think we're all good there. Alright, so what I'll do now is first of all make sure my brush goes into the water so it doesn't dry and harden. Then I'm going to pull out my hairdryer again and start blasting this page dry, and we can see how it looks. Where's my hairdryer? There it is. We're still a little damp, but we've got a bit more drying. You'll see I accidentally touched this area here, so we're just going to cover that up by putting a star there. And disrupted the Mod Podge there. But yeah, I like it. We haven't covered up any of the important areas, which is the eyes and the lips, and now she's just got an extra star there. So let's unfuse this from the paper. And then we'll bring across this half. Now that stuff's obviously still drying, but we can carry on with this half here. So you can just see down the edge here where we put the matte Mod Podge, how much more vibrant the colour is here. So we are also going to matte Mod Podge this side, which isn't the worst thing in the world because it will also help thicken up and protect this page a bit. And we'll pull out our butterflies again. Did I have big and small or small and big? You're too similar to butterflies up there. Yeah, we'll do a big one up there. And we'll do the little one. Actually, we're going to move that and we're going to put that over there. I feel like that's a bit more balanced. Yeah, I like that. In you go. Please stick. Yeah, so it is picking up a little bit of the purple on this side. So maybe it's just not quite cured right. Maybe I should have left this for 24 hours before. But I'm also impatient. It's fine. I know it seems like a lot that I'm putting on top, and you might be thinking, well, doesn't it make these vellum things curl? No, it doesn't matter how much or how little I put on top of these vellums, they curl. So at least by putting a lot on top, I'm guaranteeing that it's going to stay sealed down. So that's the point of me doing that. All right, now I don't know how the Mod Podge will react with the letters, so let's just keep dabbing. Then we also don't get strokes and we get a little bit of texture, which I find the texture can be quite fun sometimes. Quite possible that our white might go a little bit more on the pink side, which is okay too. I know this fine liner doesn't react with Mod Podge, that's why I chose it. Same thing here with the perfection. We don't want to lose any of our detail, but we do want to make sure our page looks even across the board, so we will make sure we also Mod Podge that. Yeah, I can already see that our progress has gone a bit more on the pinky side, which is interesting. It could actually look quite cool. Again, you can't predict sometimes how things are going to go with art journaling, so you just got to go with the flow. Pivot when you got to pivot, and just rock with whatever happens. Oh, we've got, let's not fold. Okay, I think we've got everywhere covered. And once again, slap our Mod Podge, make sure it's secure, and then let's get some stars going. I have no idea where that star fell. Don't know if it's even on the page or if it's stuck on my fingers. It could be either. It could be neither. So bring you down slightly, since we're working at a bit of a weird angle here. Yeah. Progress ends around there. That glue is so heavy there. Oh, I hope the progress is alright. But also, any of the letters are gonna, smosh and have a journey. Progress is the most appropriate. I would still rather it didn't. But if it does, we'll work with it. I've used all the light purple ones that I've already punched, but that's okay. Can make more, but I think we're getting there. Go down, please, without taking your friend. Here we go. Last one. Right there. Alright. Let's make sure these butterflies are down properly. Using the toothpick because at this point my fingers are so covered. I'm a bit worried I'll just smush colour everywhere. Okay. Let's hair dry. Okay, now it's not fully dry yet. I fully agree. We're just going to, oh, that's warm under there. Carefully separate so I can straighten you up. I love how vibrant the distress ink has gotten. It's even matching the side even more perfectly now. Oh, so happy. So obviously we've still got a lot of drying to go. If you saw me, there were a couple times where I was using this craft knife and going through, like in here in particular, and I just used it to dent the top. And the reason for that is these are forming little skin pockets. So by making a little hole in there, we can let the air trap in, the air get out of there, and then we can get that dry sooner. So that's the point there. Trying to basically open up that pocket so that it can dry. There was also, when you don't do that, sometimes you can get a little air bubble, which is what happened down here. And I noticed that one too late. So I popped the air bubble, so it started to dry, but it has now got a bit of a skin on there. It's okay. It's just going to add to the texture and dimension of the page. But yeah, I am now going to basically leave this to sit and dry overnight. I'll probably blast it again with the hairdryer just to help speed up the process, but I want this to fully cure, fully set, and fully dry. And then when we come back, because we're not quite finished yet, but it needs some good drying time. So yeah, I'll see you soon. Okay, so it's a couple of days later. This is now fully dried and cured, and I really like where we're getting with this. I mean, you could call it done now. There's many stages along this process where you could call a piece done. It's when you feel like the piece is done and you want to call it that that piece is done. I am not quite done yet, but I am getting very close to where I think it is done. Now, our sealing of everything at the Mod Podge mat, you can see it's still got a little bit of a shine to it, but the gloss of the glossy image is a lot less now. It's also a lot firmer because of the Mod Podge. It's made these colours go so much more vibrant, they're so much more intense, and the white of progress has now gone a bit pink and splotchy, but I like it. I like it still. I think that little pop is quite cool. Yeah, I'm happy with the progress so far. Now, there's a couple of steps that I want to do at the end here. So I've pulled out some of my various paint markers. I've got Poscas, and then I've got this set of acrylic paint markers. And I want to just add some details on top of this original drawing because it's beautiful, but also it's someone else's art, so I want to add little bits to it. So the first thing I want to do is I just want to increase the shiny in the eyes. I love shiny eyes. I'm just kind of following some of the highlights that have been put in here, but also adding in my own. Just to make those eyes even more shiny. To, you know, shiny eyes. I'm happy with the nose highlight, but then I do want to just increase these glossy lip highlights. Make those a bit more bright. I'm also just going to end up. So just little touches just to add to it. Now I'm debating whether or not I also draw some of these patterns over here, but I think we're okay on the pattern front. I had another project that I was using some white acrylic paint for, so I happen to have some white acrylic paint out. Make sure my brush is clear. And I just want to, in some areas, like up here, I want just a very little amount of white on the brush. This is quite a translucent white. Just see if I can like maybe fade out some areas a bit. We're just really experimenting here. This white really goes quite clear, which can be quite advantageous in some areas, but sometimes not so much. Just like scrubbing it on. Maybe not so much with that. Yeah, no, that's not really working to my liking. Let's have a look at the gold in these paint pens. This is an Anko acrylic paint marker. Anko is Kmart here in New Zealand. Again, this is another white label product where they just chuck their name on an established product. So don't worry about the brand, just grab a gold pen. And I just want to check how our gold looks because we've got quite warm golds everywhere. No, it's got a little bit more green. I've just done a little tester down here. Give it a moment to dry and see, because we've got very bright yellow golds. We have got a slightly more browner gold here. I'm kind of thinking I want to also draw on some stars. I have an ivory Posca, so I could always use that. Or I could bring out maybe more of a yellow. Bring that yellow back in. No, I don't think I want to introduce a new colour. What about blue? Or if we bring in some more of that, like, royally blue. Try this one. Oh, I haven't even used this one before. Got to activate this pen. That's really pretty, and that does kind of match. Like that. Add in a couple of subtle stars. Being careful not to bump existing areas where there might be ink settling. Let's just add in some random dots. I like dots. Just make this artwork a little bit more owls, you know, not just we've stuck this down on a page. Not that we're going to add too much to it because I really like the artwork. There is one thing I'm noticing is that some of these stars aren't fully sealed down. Now, if I was just sticking this in straight, I would also go back through and make sure each of these stars are properly sealed down by adding in Mod Podge and another layer of Mod Podge and really focusing on sealing everything down. However, because I'm doing the planned puzzle, I'm just going to add some dots with the gold as well. Because I'm planning on doing that puzzle, to seal the puzzle in place, I'm going to Mod Podge over that. So rather than thickening this up even more and adding another layer in, I'm going to leave that. And then when I get to the sealing of the puzzle, then I will make sure we go through and really seal down all the layers then. Could add more shimmer spray on top here. You could add paint. You could pull out more stencils and add more texture on top. There are no limits to what you can do. And that's kind of the fun. You can just go for it. Bring a couple onto over here, like the stars. I'm making a magical trail. Right. With the black, very, very carefully, and also being conscious not to bump any currently wet paint pen. Well, I've got a minute because I've got to activate the black. I'm going to just darken the center of the eyes a bit more because, again, I really want that contrast, that pop. There's a lot of like extra colors added into the eye, so I'm trying not to cover up like the little yellow flecks and stuff, but I also really want to amplify that dark center and make the eyes pop a bit more. just really draw your focus to these gorgeous eyes. In fact, I might even, where can I do this where I won't bump things but still have the control I need? Might even just outline the eyes a little bit. That black right up. This way. Yeah, you shouldn't bump anything that way. Hopefully. Probably should wait between application of colours, but I'm also impatient. Alright, are we going to cover up the butterfly with eyelashes? I might try not to. Alright, that's cool. That's like really bringing the focus to her eyes now. I'm tempted to also put glossy accents over her eyes, but same thing, because of the puzzle, I don't want to cut through that. So after I've cut out the puzzle pieces, I may add glossy accents to her eyes to bring the gloss feature back. Same with her lips. It can be quite fun to put some gloss on her lips. Just gonna also bring that highlight down in the center a little bit and balance it on here a little bit. I'm using my finger to just lift up a little bit of the white highlight because I don't want it as intense. You can use also a toothpick to, because we've got that Mod Podge, you can actually just scratch it off too if you've gone a bit intense or too far, or using your finger has accidentally smudged it. Alright, do we want to go around believe in yourself? Right now it does get a little lost, the gold on the gold down here, especially the yourself. So let's take our blue. Just go around the edge of this very carefully. Oh, we've got an air bubble there that I did not notice. I'm just gonna trim that off a bit. Press it down. And then we'll just use a bit of paint pen. That's all covered up. Yeah, that just helps you like see that a bit more. Not going to do that with the butterflies, so I like the butterflies as is, but I just want to make that believe in yourself pop a bit more. I probably should have like painted under that or something before I stuck down the little saying, so it will pop a bit more. We will go in and we'll just add a sharp white dot in the center of the nose there. Really bring that up. I think I'm happy to call it there. I can always add in some more lines later on if I feel like it, but I feel like that is done. I'm still very tempted to also add glitter. However, glitter is a nightmare on a photocopier. So I think I'll photocopy this first and then add glitter. So I would just be using the Mod Podge Extreme Glitter if I do, and that would focus on sealing the stars down as well. But that will add another layer of Mod Podge. This already quite thick page now, and I know I need to cut through this. So it's already going to be interesting enough to cut this, so let's not make my job any harder. So the last thing that I'm going to do for right now, after I put my pens away, because clean up as you go makes life a lot easier. I need to sort out my paint pen storage so I can actually take these ones out of this tray and put it with my other paint pens, because they don't quite fit in my paint pen box, but there's also some very dead paint pens in there that I could possibly remove. Then I could keep all my paint pens together. Right, did I put them away? I might have put them away. I put them away. Pair of scissors. The last thing that I'm going to do, I'm not going to trim up this page entirely. But what I am going to do is I'm going to trim the excess from the photocopy. So that will bring the photocopy back to being a standard A3, the original photocopy that we did from the 30 Days of Creativity. So by bringing that back to an A3, when I go to take this to be photocopied for the puzzle process, it's actually going to fit. And they're not going to start photocopying right from this edge and cut off this edge entirely. So we're just going to clean up these edges just of any excess. Now, normally when I art journal, if I wasn't turning this into a puzzle, I often do put things right over the edge, but then I'll tuck it behind the edge with glue just to guarantee it's like right there. And then that tuck around gets hidden when I stick the page I'm working on into the book, if I am doing something like this where I'm working on a photocopy. However, I don't want to add another layer. Right? Something I do really have to keep in mind here is how many layers am I building up, because the more layers, the bigger it's going to be, the harder the puzzle is going to be. Right, this one I need to do from the other side, but I need the paint pen to dry, so let's grab our handy dandy hairdryer and just get this paint pen to dry. Most of it was already dry, but I just wanted to double check, so I just ran the hairdryer over everything. It was just the eyelashes because there's a bit of paint pen there. That is now all dry, so we can flip this over. Very, very carefully. Now, in terms of cutting out the puzzle page, I've been looking at a few options. I have made a template that I can print out or photocopy onto a page at the store, and that's probably going to be my best bet. There are some puzzle cutters, and if you have like a Cricut or any sort of machine like that, and the ability to cut through thicker pieces of paper with certain blades and stuff, that's also a really fabulous option, and that will save a lot of work. So if you've got those options, I think there's even some like punches and different bits and pieces that you can use. I'm not lucky enough to own any of those tools, and I don't want to spend the money to invest in it for a one-time project. It might be fun to do, but it's not in the budget right now. So instead I am going to have to hand cut out, and probably with a blade very, very carefully cut out these pieces. And I want quite small pieces. The little template that I've made is about 156 pieces, so it's going to be interesting. But yes, that's our little edge trimmed. In all honesty, again, this is what I was talking about being a hoarder. Part of me just wants to keep this because this is quite cool and makes like its own little, you can keep all these scraps and just stack them up and then make some interesting art journaling bits with them. It's so easy to keep all the bits. But there we go. Now we're trimmed back to the original A3 paper size, which is a standard paper size here in New Zealand. Obviously, we've still got our overhang at the bottom here. I could even technically trim off the bottom a little bit. Wonder if I should do that. Just line it up with the bottom of the image here. Yeah, we might do that, since we're here. And then that'll give them some room to bring it down a bit. There is excess at the bottom here. There's about 3 or 4 centimeters extra at the bottom, so we can trim some off. I don't even have to worry about necessarily being straight because we're going to retrim this bottom later on. But that gives us a cleaner edge and means when I go and get it photocopied, they can give me some top and bottom spare. The edges are pretty flush, but that's okay. Again, I think we're also going to possibly lose a little bit on the edges. We'll see how we go. But for now, this is where I have to pause this because, as I said, I don't own a printer, I don't own a photocopier, so I need to now take this to the art store and start talking to some lovely shop counter people, explain what I'm doing, and see what I can do in terms of printing out the puzzle. I like it. You could, in all honesty, just stick this in like this. This is a completed page. Like, this on its own, I would be happy to call done. It's only because I want to try this puzzle technique. Yes, let's go and make a puzzle. Okay, it's a couple of days later and we are back. So, our original photocopied fantastically in some areas. The colour looks really, really good, and it even has a little bit of the metallic shine. It's obviously not as metallic as the original, not as vibrant as the original, but it did pick up on a lot of the elements. I also got my puzzle template printed. So this puzzle is a 156 piece puzzle page that I have designed. It is going to be on my Ko-fi as a free download if you wish to use this in your own projects, so feel free to grab it there. It's just an easy place for me to dump it that you can download it from. But there is one big problem that I realized with the photocopying, because when they photocopied it, they couldn't get it quite to the edge of the page. So we lost the edge of the page, and this is pretty tight to the side of the book. We lose a section of the butterfly. The top and bottom is fine. We have spare top and bottom, but we lose part of the side. And then the other thing that I noted was I think it has also been shrunk ever so slightly, maybe. So this one is a photocopy, and I have also attached the puzzle pattern to the back, and then I trimmed off that white border. And if we line up in here, I try to line these up. It's pretty difficult because they just don't seem to quite align right. So that's flush on this half. And then when we go to this half, it's actually slightly askew, and it should be over there in order to line up right. So it's just a couple of millimeters smaller. Now, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a massive deal. But for the original plan, it could be a bit of an issue. And I'm just not sure how it's going to look. So the reason why I got 2 copies, I'll put my little spare set to the side there, is because once I cut this one up, it's done. Like, the original been cut is cut. So what I thought I'd do is I'd cut up one of the photocopies first and just play with that. Now, is that going to mean a lot more work? Because this is going to be a lot of cutting. Yeah, but I'd rather risk a spare photocopy first, see how I like it, and then go from there. Because what I was thinking, because I've had a couple of days to think about this, right, is the progress, not perfection, is what we could build out in the puzzle. We don't have to build out the puzzle in the whole thing, but we could just build out this progress, not perfection, and just see how that looks in a puzzle over this section. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to start by cutting this up. I'm going to just focus on cutting up the first half and see how I feel about the progress, not perfection, and then maybe we can cut out some individual pieces from the side or something. But for now, I'm going to focus on cutting about half the puzzle, which will be a little bit less than 156 pieces that I designed. But I did want smaller pieces. Like, I could have gone even smaller, but I felt like this was a reasonable size to get lots of pieces in that puzzle look without going too tiny and too difficult to cut. Because I'm also going to be using a pair of scissors. I do have a knife around as well, so I could try with a knife. Maybe we'll give the knife a quick go and just see how we feel about it. This is also why we're using a tester one first. Remove our original off to the side. And I'll just start with this one over here. Now this does extend out further in the actual printout as well. But of course I've trimmed this to fit the piece. So where the pieces down the bottom are also almost like half pieces. Yeah, I'm already like, this is going to be nightmare on my hands to try and cut around. And if it doesn't make it through both layers, it's going to make it even more of a challenge. Because I did stick these together. I could have actually gotten the puzzle pattern printed directly on the back of the photocopy. However, I wanted a bit more body, so it was like really obvious the pattern pieces, puzzle pieces, right? So yeah, we didn't quite cut through properly there, and then it's going to be like, the point is I don't want to have to go back over lines and get jagged edges. So alright, I already know we're going to be using scissors. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid, is those little jagged. I may also end up pulling out more delicate scissors as well. What I really need is like a tiny pair of snips. I don't have any. Like little nail scissors or something, you know, something really tiny and delicate. I don't have any. Yeah, so I've just absolutely chewed that up. But it does give us a little puzzle piece. Gonna be cute. Alright, let's try with the scissors. I'm gonna put you guys in time lapse for this because this is gonna be like ages. Lots and lots and lots of fussy cutting. So I'll put you in time lapse and then we'll carry on. Okay. So we've cut half or so of the page, and basically I'm done. I don't want to cut up anymore. Dear God, that hurt my hands so badly. I did that in a lot of small chunks. There will also be a section of footage missing because I realised that I forgot to replaster up my hand after taking a break and going and doing some dishes. So yeah, but it was just a lot of cutting, a lot of cutting, but it is kind of fun. But yeah, I think I'm gonna leave cutting there for now, and let's try testing out how this will look. So now we have to rebuild the puzzle, and logically I probably should have put it back together as I cut it, but I also kind of wanted the fun of, putting a puzzle back together. So let's make some room. Oh my goodness. I have forgotten to take enough notifications. Thank you to whoever subscribed to my YouTube channel. So that is the progress, and I'm guessing you go there. Your one from up the top. You're probably around there somewhere. I'm looking more for the letters right now. Top of the P? Top of the P. It looks like a letter. That looks like the bottom of the O. And it's possibly the T. This is the R. No. E going into the F. You go connect it to there. P? Yeah, the P. And you look like an F. F. So I did end up swapping scissors to a little pair that I realised I knew where they were. So I did find a little pair, and that helped a lot. I tried a few different things. For a while there, I was cutting into the letters using a knife for the curve and then scissors for the straight. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, no matter which way you do it, it sucks. It was painful, it was sore, it took ages, and it wasn't exactly fun, but it's the effect we want. You look like part of the knot and the top of the T. I-O, maybe? That way. E-I-O. Now, I've definitely cut too many letters for what we need for this section. However, the extras are also going to have a use. Not all of them. We've cut too many letters, but it's hard to know exactly what would be enough and what wouldn't be enough. And also, these are the sort of things that I will hold on to because I can use these in art journal or something else. It could be quite a cool effect. You're the top of the T from knot. You the bottom of the N. You are things get a bit messy. So we could almost, so you see how we've got like gaps in here, so it's like not perfect. It's kind of what I was thinking. It'd be quite fun to play with. Here's the PE. So my idea is that we can build out the progress, not perfection, and then some of the, like, have that one sitting flush, which will happen a bit easier when we have, glue down. But then some of these excess pieces can also just lay on top in places that they, like, where they don't belong, I guess is the word. So it's like obvious that they've been put in the wrong spot. So, like, obviously this butterfly tape one should be somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. Maybe down here. Yeah, down here. But it could be fun to, like, have it off to the side or play around with that. I'll turn my overhead light off so hopefully you can see a little bit more of the puzzle texture. In real life, you are going to be able to see this puzzle texture a bit more. Unfortunately, we do have a bit of glossy shine that the camera is struggling to pick up with. So, like, that's the bottom of the butterfly and the SS. So I probably wouldn't put that one on because I don't want to cover up any of the metallic. Like, I don't mind losing a couple of stars. So, like, but I don't really want to cover up that. And then, like, perfection we need out fully. So I've got to find all of perfection. Yeah, I think we've got enough there to start. And I like the idea of having some of progress and then all of not imperfection and then having some extra pieces around. So I'm just going to slide ever so carefully off to the side. And then bring back our friend, the Mod Podge. So this is why I wasn't too worried about the stars being fully sealed down, because I knew there was one more layer of Mod Podge to go. So we know we want to have perfection properly written out. So we'll start with perfection. I'll start by, because we've got that layer of Mod Podge down already, it'll also seal in, so I don't have to be so worried about things smudging. And then you have to very, very carefully line up our letter. It's okay if it doesn't 100% line up because the puzzle will of course cover it. We still want to get it kind of in line. And same thing again, we're going to make sure that the puzzle is entirely sealed down. We've committed because we've just stuck this on top of the original, so there's no backing up now. Might help if you actually put some glue underneath, Amy. Just had a paranoid thought that I'd never hit record. And I've done all that without recording. Oh, I hope that's in line because I just sort of plunked it down. Find out. Perfection is the one where we do want it to be a little perfect. The rest of it, we can survive. And so here, let's get that star down. Make sure that star's down. The star's definitely lifting, so let's get you back down. F. P. Do, 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 do. Make sure it's all nice and sealed down. The other side of the P. Still got to find the tops of these. No, you're a little out of line, so you have gone a little askew with the line. Star is a bit of a guide there. Not quite gonna line up, right? That's okay. Make sure everything's nice and sealed down. It's like, why does this not fit anywhere? You go there. I think you go there. To the bottom of the N. To the F. Should have built the puzzle to the side and done this proper. Don't do it, Amy. Build your puzzle to the side so that you can transfer it piece by piece. Let's rebuild this because I'm struggling. B, is yeah. You go there. You go there. Okay, cool. Because we need the full perfection and not, so these ones have to go down in place. Gonna get messy. You can always leave, like if you're struggling a bit like me to see where the puzzle pieces are, you can always let the ones that you've glued down, right? And then go in and carry on. Because again, it'll dry clear. So when I was cutting a couple important things, try not to like recut into an area you've already cut. You just want to do one pass. Even if you're missing template, you're better to just do the one pass because we want these puzzle pieces to line up, and the way that they're going to do that is with one cut. So even if you miss or you're not following the pattern exactly, it's fine, it will still work out. Just keep that one cut. That's why I didn't really want to use a blade, because I knew it would be real easy to go off kilter outside the line, and then I'd want to recut or trim them down. Mine are also a bit jagged around the curvature area, but it still works. So to the top of the T. Do we have the bottom of the T? No. You probably could get away with also drawing a puzzle on here if you didn't want to do all this work of cutting up and resticking down. I like this sort of work though. Except for the cutting, again, it absolutely sucked. I will admit that. The cutting sucked, and definitely having a Cricut or a machine that would cut all that for you, oh my god, that would make life so much easier. But I'm not buying a $800 machine just for one art journaling project. Even though I know I would use it, I do not have the funds. I don't need to. It's fine. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's the bottom of our T. So that gives us the knot. What I'm looking for, there we go. There's another one. For progress. You don't go there. Oh, yeah, there's the R though, so you go there. Well, I'm building a little off to the side there, but that's all for the progress area because I do want to have some gaps in progress. Yep, there's another one. We're top of the G. Top of the G. So we're missing ESS, and I feel like I had the S before. Yeah, because it's the bottom of the butterfly, and that's the one I don't want to use, but we'll keep that to the side. Do I have any others in here that I've accidentally put up here? The bottom of a letter? No. We still also need the top and bottoms to progress. No, perfection. Because again, perfection, we want to fully build out. Oh, are you... checking? Alright, possibly that piece. I need that dry to check. Probably should have sat here and rebuilt the whole puzzle, but it's fine. I remember doing this as a kid. I had like a kit, and it was like you drew a picture and then you turn that picture into a puzzle. I had a lot of fun with it as a kid, and I know you get like those color in your own puzzle coloring pages and stuff like that. This is also, apart from the cutting out, oh look, there's a bottom of the E possibly. Yeah, going into the S. Off to the side. Sorry, I know you can't fully see off to the side there. I'm just building out the progress. So I'm missing 2 for progress. And I've just spotted 1. Here's the bottom of the S's. No. Ah. Okay, that one is the bottom of the second S. I'm with you. I understand. So now we're just missing that one. Then we have all the progress. And we just need to make sure that we get the bottom of these letters over here for perfection. Which are proving... Oh, there's the bottom of the ESS. These ones are proving quite a challenge to find. That looks like something. You're possibly the C. I think maybe I should give this a blast with a hairdryer. Let everything dry out, because then I can also test some pieces on here. If I do that, the pieces that I've pulled out of progress are also going to blow away. That's not fun. Alright, let's look at progress. Oh wait, you could be... Ah, you're the E. Okay, so you're one of these two for down there. Cool, we got two. There's just a couple more to find. In fact, you won't be that one because of the star. Okay, there's two anyway. Now, what are we going to leave on progress? We're not taking that one, and we're not taking that one. So maybe we should take the bottom two letters here. Actually, let me just build off to the side, Amy. And then we should take the full R. And we can take the top of the G. Take the full O. The O connects up, so that will give us some solid. And then we'll take the R and the two P's. I think that'll give us a good flow. Okay, so we need to put down the O and the bottom of the R first because they actually connect. They're going to be our follow throughs. They actually need to line up with previous pieces. Spread around lots of Mod Podge. Make sure we seal in any of those little stars that need sealing in. I have not even looked at the footage of this video yet, but I imagine that the footage is quite substantial, so this might be a very long tutorial. I hope you all don't mind. Right. O, and then pick a letter, and then you go over here. And in fairy, I need to bring this up more. Seal down here. You seal down here. Lining up properly, please. That should give us this one lining up in here perfectly. Please. No. Okay. What do we need to adjust? No. Ah, sticky. Not put fingers on wet Mod Podge. Bottom of the E, bottom of the S, because we're not doing the top of progress, and then we're doing bottom of the R, and then full side of the P. Making sure we line this up right. Because that's the other thing that I didn't consider is these are visible. So, but again, if they're not perfect, it's progress, not perfection. It still works, but you do want to kind of keep it cohesive. There we go. All right, you're good. Oh, it's not at all. And it's already starting to bond. Uh-oh. And we've ripped underneath. Good thing you're covered. Let's this O and then this R very carefully sorted. They're rigging. Okay, okay. Okay, I think that's good. Alright, let's seal this down. There's our incomplete progress, because we're in progress. I can get that a little bit stuck down. That isn't stuck down there. It's pretty securely on there with the amount of Mod Podge we've used now. Seal it all down, seal it all down. While I was getting all this photocopied and sorted, I also got photocopied the next page that I want to do in here. So, if you're enjoying this and you want to see more of my progress in here as I do these sort of things and play around, please do let me know, because the next one I've got ideas for, and I think it could be cool to film as well if you're all interested. It's a lot of hours, a lot of recording, but I'm happy to do it. I think next time I might try to break up the recordings a bit more though, because I've just done this as one big one. Whoops. Right, let's move our incomplete cut puzzle to the side, and I'm going to pull out the hairdryer and just quickly blitz this. Let's take the loose pieces. I'm going to keep these 4 separate, because these are the 4 we know we're definitely not using. So the point of this was to just get that area around perfection dry, just so I can carry on. I don't know, you can see that there's a puzzle on there. I really like it. Like, I like the symbology of it. Now what I want to do is figure out, you are the T. Okay, so you do go there. This is why I needed to dry it. E, and it does cover a touch of the butterfly, but that's okay. Now we need to find the bottom of the E and the O, maybe even some more from down here, which is where it's going to get difficult, and this turns into an actual puzzle. And there's the butterfly there. And this is where being smart and building it as I cut it would have been really, really logical. But also, like, we built a puzzle. Let's have fun building the puzzle. You know, puzzles are fun. I really like puzzles. I went for a phase during my mental health journey where, because I could not sleep, you know, I was up all night, but I wanted to do quiet things because I didn't want to wake up the household and stuff like that. And so what I used to do is I used to go to the op shop or the secondhand shops, we call them opportunity shops here in New Zealand, and I would buy puzzles. And the puzzles would cost me maybe $2 or $3, you know, $1 depending on the puzzle. And so they weren't much, and I would build the puzzle. And then once the puzzle was done, I'd take it and donate back. I used to also buy a lot of books this way. No, you're the O. Oh. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. And it gave me like the entertainment for during the long hours of the night. But then once I was done, I felt okay to dump them back because, and I would also take a photo of the built puzzle. So it was like I had the memory, but also if there was incomplete, I could actually do it because they would count them and say, you know, complete, but they didn't build the puzzles. They just counted the totals. And then I build it and go, actually, no. And then at the end, I built up such a relationship with the op shop and they knew what I was doing that they used to just give me a massive discount because they knew that they were going to get the puzzles back once I built them. And they would have accurate, like, this is fully there or not there. So, yeah, instead of paying the $3, I used to get them for like 50 cents. So almost like a loanage fee, really. Really good. I used to do that with books too because I could smash through a book in a night being a speed reader. So I used to buy piles and piles of books and just sit there and read like crazy and then return the book. So I read a lot of very random books over the years. We're also missing the top of the P there, I just realised. Right, let's get rid of ones that we know definitely aren't. We can get rid of the butterfly pattern. We can get rid of these big gold sections. We can get rid of any of these little ones because they're the bottom. Or the top, I can't remember which way it went. Yeah, so you're right at the top or bottom, so we can get rid of you. Anything with a straight edge can go. And then I'm looking for a little bit less of them. No, you're somewhere over here. I think you're actually... You've got swirly, like, of the picture, so you're over there. Oh, no, you're a potential, but I don't see any blue on you. So looking for this area up here and over here for the N, because I just want to make sure perfection is fully there. Like, perfection is perfect, you know? Because that's not the point. We don't need to be perfect. I really like the symbology that we've created in this piece. Like, I didn't set out to create a very symbolic piece, but it's turned out to be a very symbolic piece. And that's really cool. It's just one of those fun accidents we've found along the way. And I hope you're seeing as well just how much I changed my mind along the way too. Like, it doesn't matter if I go in with a set plan. The plan is going to change. The plan is going to variate. Things happen along the way and we just roll with what the creative juices inspire. I'm just thinking like, gosh, I haven't dropped a piece, have I? No, I haven't. Those two can go out. The thing is, because we're not building the whole puzzle too, we could probably technically steal pieces from others. Oh, there we go. There's one of them. You are... Oh, it's an edge piece. Ooh, okay, maybe we won't. Or do I just cut in a little... Could cut in a little notch. We could pretend. No one needs to know. we'll just like improvise a little notch like it's a regular piece. It's just a bit more narrow. There you go. It always connected on to the next piece. Alright, so I need up here, I need the top of this. So I should have one gold stars. No, not you. Nope, you've got... Oh. No, 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 no. You, I off to the side there. Okay. Nope. 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 Actually, let's just double check. I'm sure I cut an extra... Yeah, no, we're like way over here. There's like a whole extra row that I cut that I didn't need to cut. There we go. That looks like a star. That is not correct. Trixie. I'm sure that piece has got to me a few times as well. There we go. It's a very small edge that we're looking for, so it does make it kind of difficult. But that means, are you... No, you're not the right one. You don't really fit in there. Or do you? No, you do. There's the connector. Okay, okay, cool, cool, cool. Cool. So there's the rest of perfection. So perfection will be built out properly. You can all come back in here now. Just make this little faux notch that we made a little bigger. So normally I wouldn't do this if I was trying to actually connect, but this is just a side piece where Trixie as if the puzzle continues on. And it's entirely possible that this edge might be slightly trimmed. I'm not 100% sure, but I'd rather pre-cut it in, then stick it down and have regrets. All right, and then the other thing that I was thinking is, do we put like that one to the side up there? And we've got G, so we could do that with the G. So really emphasize the progress. I might stick this lot down and then we'll give it another blast. And that should dry up the top a bit more. Because this is when we'll start playing with some extra pieces. And decide if I want to cut any from over on this side off that bare piece. I really don't want to. I don't want to do any more cutting. I am really glad that I did do this though. Like, as much as the cutting sucked, it's really cool. This is just something I've had an idea for a really long time. That's really cool to bring it together to do. Right, you don't want to go in there all too well, so let's readjust you because we need you perfect, your perfection. There we go. It's much smoother. Down you stick. Do the side one first. This one that we turned into a faux full piece of the challenge. So yeah, because I've got another puzzle piece as well, so I can use that, either color that in, or I could use that as a template to well, I've got the digital one that I created that you can get from my Ko-fi store for free as well. Nothing that goes in my Ko-fi store over, well, at the moment won't be paid for. I don't like making money off my content. It just feels weird. I just like making the content, you know, and if you'll enjoy watching it, I appreciate it. So that's why I don't monetize my channel, even though YouTube keeps telling me, you can monetize your channel. I'm like, I know, I don't want to. It makes it a job then. I've tried that. I don't like it. I tried having a Patreon. I really don't like it. I don't want to make money off my hobby. I just want to have my hobby and tell people how cool my hobby is and maybe get them into the hobby too so that I can have more colouring friends.
But yeah, sidetrack. I have a Ko-fi store right now. It just has my coloring, like my little uh color choice tracker thingy bob that I created that I use when I'm wanting to record my colors. There's a PDF up on there that you're welcome to grab. And I will get the puzzle template loaded up on there for you as well. I do have ideas for other things that I'd like to do eventually, but again, it's all time and it's spoons and this isn't my job, this is my hobby. I am not meant to work a lot. I don't work a lot, which is why I get to have my hobby a lot, because my hobby is also how I keep myself mentally well with all my health issues. But because of my health issues, I just, you know, some days your girl just has to nap all day. And that's okay, because that's the reality of someone with a condition like this. I've learnt to stop beating myself up over things because we're not trying to be perfect. We're just trying to get through another day and make some progress in our life story. And that might mean that the progress of the story today was we had to take a recovery day and we stayed in bed. Maybe it was a zoomy day and we managed to get 3 pages coloured. Oh my gosh, I think one day I had like a what I call a zoomy day. They usually happen after I take my injection and I'm just like running on really good stuff. And I try to schedule all my appointments and try to do things on these days because it's the day I have energy. But I had a zoomy day where I didn't have to go out of the house for any reason. I could just color all day, and I'm pretty sure I completed like 7 pages in that day. That was during one of my biggest months where I was just like coloring like crazy. And yeah, I just was churning out the pages. It was just flowing. I had all the pages on the go and I would do something, sit it aside to dry and then carry on with the next page and then yeah, it was great. I'm like, why can't I have this all the time? Probably because I would spiral out of control. But it was nice. Alright, let's get rid of that red fluffy thing that has appeared. No, you're back. Come here, red fluffy thing. No, I don't want to seal you down. There we go. Alright, so that gets our perfection. I know, we did. That gets our perfection properly down. So we'll just make sure that's all nice and sealed. And then I really like the idea of amplifying the fact that this is a skew. So we are going to trust my gut and have, this is when we're going to start laying in some odd pieces. So as long as we can still read it as progress, which is my main concern, but I think we will with the P just being off to the side like that, that's fine. And then the G has to go on there, but also has to not cover the knot. Yeah, that'll be all right there. Down, stick down. Stick everything down. I find if you like leave it for a little bit, it kind of soaks in and settles, and then if you come back over and stab it down, it just seems to seal down a bit better. Especially on something like this where our underlying piece that we're adhering to has a little bit of bump and texture now. Okay. So there's 2 of our skewed pieces, and then I thought about going and cutting out the exact piece and just putting some pieces over here, but I also just think we're going to just lay some pieces on this half. Let me actually move you back over. I know for certain I want to get a couple down here, like where this big expanse is, because that just feels empty. Bring in some of the warmer pink. And we might even like try to put a couple of pieces together that clearly don't go together. Also want to make sure we don't go over the believe in yourself. We use the brighter, pinkier ones because they really pop. One's a bit better. These two can actually kind of slot together. So, and then very clearly does not go together at all, but I like just that like little patchy building up of whatever. Put it that way so we get rid of that white tape start. Get in there. Don't want any down there. What do I? That could be. That's not a bad piece to go down there. No, it gets lost on there though. So this is what I'm trying to do, is find things that will stand out as a puzzle piece in the wrong place. So it's more playing. Oh, that's a cool red piece. Actually, you'd work better. Yeah, you work better down there. And so just looking at these pieces for like the texture, the tone, what details are on it. Don't want to cover the eye though, that's big. Go there. That one's not right there. That one's not right there. It's kind of cool because it flows on with the stars. So it's like we almost were trying to, but we don't quite. We kind of fit, but we don't fit. I don't think we need any up there. I feel like those little clusters on the side and that one there will actually do it. I think we'll seal those down. And then we can always add in some more. Use the excess to make sure all these little stars are sealed down. I put on way too much there, but that's okay. Alright. Can I do this without moving them too much? Not really. Twist you slightly to the side. I don't want it to look like we're actually trying to line those pieces up. They're just meant to be stacked. Let's put you that way. I think for the other half that I haven't cut up, I might just straight put that in my art journal, to be perfectly honest. And like the little leftover puzzle pieces could go in with it, or I could even just use them in my. I have to set up my planner for next month, so I could just do it as a puzzle theme. Make sure it matches the texture of all the other glue around it. Right. Well, these ones are getting close to bonding properly. Oh, this piece up here is not sealed down properly. I might even just chuck another piece up here, because that one's not sealing down properly at all. You could use the fish from over here. Let's get these ones settled in first. So you're the loose one, so we'll put you on last, and then you're the free that we want to force together as if it is a puzzle piece, even though you're not correct. And then we put that one. Gonna make it work as best as we can, so it does look like they fit together. And not badly off each other. Do, 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 do. Oh, no you don't. Stay in place, please. No, you don't fit to give. I need you to pretend for the art. Is the art. And that is drying Mod Podge on my fingers. Let's get rid of that so we don't have random bits of it. Right, our extra piece off to the side. Make sure you're all nice and sealed down. You do have the brightness. We're gonna shove you up there. We'll put you that way so it's clear. It's also a letter. It's going into the cutoff zone anyway, so I think we're gonna lose a section of this piece. Because we still have to stick this into the book and trim it down. Ah, sticky on my arm. Don't lean your arm on the piece, Amy. All right, now I'm just going to dab around, make sure everything's sealed down properly, add any more glue anywhere, any sealant anywhere that needs it, because this is officially the last seal. And then we will be putting this into the book, and this piece will be done once it's dry. We'll leave it to dry first. I'm not going to try and put this in while wet. Alright, now, as much as I want to finish this today, and I do, Mod Podge is best if left cured for a while. So I am actually going to leave this to fully dry. How long does it say to cure for? Ooh, let's go over to English. Cure time, 4 weeks. Okay, well, we might be leaving the book open for a while. Sealer, apply thin coat, dry 20 to 30 minutes between coats. I mean, yeah, we did build up finish. At least leave 5 coats between coats. Puzzle saver, there we go. So 20 to 30 minutes for a quick dry, and then it's fully cured in 4 weeks. So we might be leaving the book open for a while. But we're going to leave this to at least dry overnight. That'll let the last of the Mod Podge white areas dry out. Make sure everything is well and truly bonded. And then tomorrow we will stick this in the book, trim out the edges, and it'll be done. Oh my gosh. I love how this has turned out. Like, I am so happy with this, and I'm so excited to get this in the book tomorrow. Okay, it's the final step. We're finally sticking this into the book. I'm so excited to have this page officially done. This is dried overnight, and now you can really see that puzzle, which I just love that we went with the puzzle. And those extra little bits on the side here really just, oh, I'm so happy with this piece. But now we have to stick it in, and as we've talked about, we have some extra, so we are going to lose some top and bottom, which is kind of sad, but was something we were aware of, so we are going to play to line this up. I of course have my handy dandy Mod Podge and a big brush to seal this in place. I also will be chucking some sheets like behind each page to help with the overflow. And then we'll trim it up. Now, the other thing that I've done in order to prepare to stick this in overnight is, because that is so thick, this is going to, like, this book is getting bulky, so I don't mind the fact that this is going to get bulky, but I want to make sure I get this in as flat as possible. So I have actually pressed the book open on this page. I put it upside down on the ground, and then I put heavy things on the spine to try and help push the book open as much as possible, just so we can really get in the spine area and really seal it down. I could also cut this in half, which would allow me to like really get in there as well, but I don't want to do that. So instead, we're just going to stick it in as one piece and just try our best to get right in the seams. So let's start by using some spare newsprint. Put it right in there. This is a property thing that they put out for all the properties that are on sale each week, but when I lived in the centre of town, they had one of the stands where they put these out for free right next to me. And so I'd wait, because they replaced them on Wednesday, so I'd go down Tuesday afternoon and pick up all the ones that hadn't been taken and use it to help me build out my newsprint. Right, so if we're putting it about there, now do I want any edge to be hard? Because we have about 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters extra on the side, and then we could fit this flush top or bottom. However, when I was designing this, I knew that would be losing the top and bottom edges, so I think I want to lose a little bit both top and bottom. So we're going to have a bit of an overhang, and then we'll just bring it ever so slightly to the side, which means it may be slightly off kilter and I just can't tell, but you won't be able to tell. Like, it's fine.
And no, I'm not trimming it up first. I prefer to stick it down in its entirety and then trim it afterwards after the glue has bonded. So it's going to be really hard to show you. So there's about a millimeter to 2 millimeters overhang on each side. And then I've got about a centimeter, yeah, about a centimeter top and bottom. I'm actually really quite happy with that. So let's weigh this down so it doesn't move. In fact, I think I can actually clip this side to really guarantee it stays in place on that half. And we'll start with this half. And let's get this stuck down. So we're just using, once again, our handy dandy Mod Podge. I'm going to remove the cat fur. I have trapped Shadow out of the room while I do this. He's had to stay out of the room for a lot of this project because it's been a lot of Mod Podge. We want to make sure we get a nice coat over this whole page because this is taking on our whole piece. I actually started editing the footage last night and yeah, this is a long video. So to anyone who's watched this entire video at this point, thank you so much. Even if you've like skipped through and just seen bits, which I wouldn't blame you if you did, like, it's a long video. But I hope you've enjoyed the process. I've loved making this page and sharing it. I really wanted to show like just how changeable the process is. You can't go in with a set plan. It changes all the time. So I hope it captures it. I hope you see just how variable it can be. Alright, we want to make sure we get stuck down in there. The other thing that I'm doing here is I'm making sure that our overhang isn't getting stuck down as well, because the last thing we want is to stick the newsprint down here too. So making sure it's all stuck down, but also we're going to remove the newsprint in a second. Right, we are so tight on that edge, but we have just made it, and I have ended up putting it a little askew, but that's okay, you won't even be able to tell. Now we've got that side down, we can come to this side. I really want to make sure that the spine area is covered, because that's going to be the hardest area for this to bond, is in that spine. Just because it's a little recessed compared to the rest of the page. If I had, you can get like card folders and like they're basically sticks. I might be able to improvise with a ruler, but you can get like these sticks that are meant to be for creasing paper and stuff like that. That would be quite good to press down right into that spine, but I might be able to improvise. Alright, let's put that brush down. Make sure we get right across. And make sure we've got every piece of the page covered. You can also use double-sided tape here. I just like Mod Podge, if you haven't gathered by now, by the amount of times I have used it in this video. I just like Mod Podge. Alright. Making sure we're all nice and down. Get right in that spine. Give it a little crease. So you can see we've got a little bit of overhang. But she's feeling pretty well down. And now we just want to make sure, because I'm really bad for always missing the corners, get all those edges down really, really nicely. I don't know what I'm going to do on this page yet. There's a lot of vases, and I think you're meant to be drawing flowers, so maybe we'll just have to go and raid all my flower cutouts.
It could be fun. I have a lot of flower cutouts and stickers. Another candy page. I'm on, I think the next one at the start, I was working in order in this book, and the next one was a candy page, and I just couldn't think of anything, which is why I stopped working in order. Originally, I was going to work this book in order, but I changed my mind. I do that a lot. There we go. Alright, let's get you in to soak the Mod Podge off, so my glue brush stays as a brush. And then let's give this a quick blast with the hairdryer to just help get that bond started. See that our magazine cutout is actually separating from the original page. I obviously didn't use enough glue there to initially bond it. So we can fix that up at the same time. And I like to blast this not only from the front but also from the back. That way you're just targeting the glue from both sides, and it's a lot more feasible to get the glue from this angle because the heat of the hairdryer is only having to pass through one side instead of like if I did it from this side where it's going to pass through all these layers. So it just gets a bit more direct heat. Obviously didn't do a very good bond there initially with the magazine cutout. It's okay, that happens. It's quite possible when we trim that we're going to have to go through and seal a few bits and pieces again. But for the most part, we should be good. Right, back to hair drying. Okay, that's just enough to ensure that the bond is there and strong and they're stuck together, and that means now we can trim. So there's a couple of ways that I trim up a book. Most of the time I just use scissors. You can use a knife, but I like scissors, and I use the book as a guide, and I just go in there and trim it. I have pages where there's a little bit of overhang. For example, you can just see the top of a butterfly here. I quite like leaving a couple of elements actually hanging outside the book. Excuse me. But if I do that, I don't leave anything overhanging at the bottom because I stand my books up vertical, so do consider how you're storing your book as well. If you have this stored on a shelf and the shelf is like tight, you might not want any overhang. The overhangs can get damaged as well. But yeah, I just like using a pair of scissors and just trimming up. We don't have much to trim on these sides. A lot of layers here. So you can see I didn't actually put it in entirely straight, but that's okay. A little bit off the side there, and now we can do the top and bottom. So same thing, I just use the book to guide me. And we're going to be perfect just below the tape. That's where I was aiming for. Oh, so many layers. Oh, and then I haven't quite trimmed all the way to the center, but we're going to go to this side. So sometimes in here it can get a bit difficult to cut. You can just use the scissors. Sometimes I use a knife as well, which is what I'm going to use today because the center is a lot of layers. line it up with the page and kind of just gently cut through. Also close the book trim as well. There we go. We didn't actually lose too much, but most importantly, we got the tape and then a little bit of gold below it, which is what I was hoping for. Then we do the same up the top. Almost there. So excited to see this finished. Oh, so thick. So thick. So many layers. I'm so glad we didn't cut through this for the puzzle. It'll be interesting to count how many times I changed my mind during this process, but that's pretty accurate. Like, even if I come in with an idea, the idea often changes. And that's what I was worried about with filming this, is it's kind of hard to predict sometimes what's going to happen. And it's hard to just have a clean linear process because the process changes. You respond to what you're creating. Oh, hands. She's chunky now. I love a good chunky book. Very, very carefully, because we started this video with a very bad thumb cut due to a blade, and we're not going to end the video with a bad thumb cut due to a blade. And yes, it's still healing. So yeah, a little bit off the top. Oh, we did cut into the tape up the top. Are we ready? Are we ready for the final result? Ta-da! I love it. I love it so much. I really am glad that I did this puzzle idea that I've had in my mind for so long. I freaking love how that turned out. I am so happy with that. And all the extra pieces and the photocopy and all those bits. I'm actually going to stick them in my regular art journal. I'm just going to copy and paste this spread in there at some point because I love it. And I've got all these leftover bits. I've got all these neat little puzzle pieces that will be cool to use in something. And we've got an extra piece on the spread. So yeah, we did end up cutting slightly into this puzzle piece here, but that's okay. We didn't end up cutting into that one, which is cool. I really like how it did end up lining up. That was what I was kind of hoping for. We did lose the top of the butterfly there, so I could have trimmed around that and kept that butterfly adjacent, or I could get one of those gold 3D butterflies and stick them on top. Nah, I don't think I want to introduce another butterfly. I'm happy with it as is. I will insert a photo here of it, hopefully with no shine reflect, to try and get you a better visualization of it. I am battling a lot of lighting, a lot of daylight, so hopefully we can get a good close-up to insert in here. But yes, that is how I use art journaling processes in my colouring book. I hope you've enjoyed this mega tutorial. I know this is a long video, but I thought it was really important to show just how changeable the process is, just how much playing goes into this. Time, it does take time, but also just the magic that you can create. And I am really, really pleased with not only the look of this page, but also kind of the meaning we got into this page, because a puzzle, like the end result when it's built, is nice, but for me puzzles aren't about the end picture, they're about the progression. And we are
a puzzle. Our story, our life is not about that final moment. It is about the journey along the way. It is about the progress. It's not about perfection. It's about the mistakes you make along the way. It's about the journey that you take. It's about the steps, the falls, the wins, the losses. It's about the progress. And so while I set out to create a beautiful colouring page, we've ended up with a really meaningful spread as well that just I really, really love. And I hope you love it as much as I do. Thank you so, so much for joining me on this journey. I hope that this helps inspire you to maybe try some things a bit different in your colouring book. If you have any questions, any like how would I do this, or anything like that, let me know down below. Let me know what you're thinking about all this, because this is a bit of a different thing to do in a colouring book. And let me know if I should make another video of my processes in 30 days of creativity, because I will say I've got ideas for so many pages in here. So we can do this again if y'all enjoyed it. Maybe not so long next time. I don't know. I know, we'll see how we go. This is a bit of a tester video. It's a mega video. It's going to be a nightmare to render, but I am going to do it for y'all. But yes, thank you for joining me on this journey. All the araha or love to you all. I really, really appreciate y'all. Thank you so, so much for being here, and I'll catch y'all in the next video. Bye!